Call to order the special meeting of the Pipestone County Commissioners, August 22, 2024. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. A special meeting of budget meeting of the commissioners. We have Luke Johnson is absent. My paper has Les Nath. He's not here either. He's gone. Doug is here, Dad is here. I'm Dallas Roskamp. Steve Ewing, the county administrator, is here. Right in.
There's no need to approve the agenda, is there, for the special meeting, or would you like the agenda?
No. No need to. We're called to order and there'll be no action taken today on anything, so. Don't have any action items for the board, so. Okay, information technology is on page 25 and data processing is on 21.
Morning.
Morning. Thank you for being flexible.
Yeah. Start with the data processing,
Sure.
063. All right. 063 is for a tax system, pretty much anything related to 400, although some things kind of have a legacy participation in that budget. So the assessor software is paid for. There's still a lot of lines on this one, but for the most part, this is where we buy the AS400 when we need a new one. We pay the support when we need that we have for the 400 out of that. And then, yeah, like I was saying, that software kind of a pass. This budget doesn't change very much. Only when we buy a new AS400, it goes up by about $40,000. And that there's not much to tell on this.
We're all up to date on
Our AS400.
Yeah.
We have maintenance now through 2028. And we'll see if we buy another one then, or what the plans are at CPT.
Okay.
And maybe CPT is gonna have a farm of them. And right now, the question is it better to have all of them in one place? Or should we spread them out around all the counties that we're at and all of us share between them all? We've got connectivity that's completely within the possibility of running it that way.
Wouldn't that kind of, in essence, be our own little mini cloud if we?
Yeah,
split
that's what it
out,
is.
you know?
Private cloud.
Plum Creek just talked about last night, moving to a cloud instead of having their own servers and stuff, so.
Yeah. I'm not completely so. I mean,
The exposure.
the way to look at a cloud, what a cloud is somebody else's computer. So you're storing your data on somebody else's computer.
Yep.
And trusting them to do proper backups. You're trusting them to not have bad physical security and network security.
Right.
You know, so it's a lot along the lines of leasing space for something. The little quib goes, all roads lead to the cloud, but there's no off ramps. How do you get out of the cloud when you decide that that's not really the place you want to be? I wouldn't want to pay to store data into perpetuity, especially when they kind of have you over a barrel on what the price is going to be.
I agree.
I mean, we've got a few cloud applications, but not bulk of our data we still keep here.
It really makes sense through CPT for us to develop our own.
That
Diversity,
it
yeah.
might be something that we do there. Where their little data center is now, kind of security by obscurity. You know, but it is pretty close to railroad tracks, and there's just a guardrail between that and trains that, you know, they probably get 10 or 15 trains a day.
Yep.
They come by there. That's a busy railroad.
Good analogy.
Yep.
Do we have some stuff stored off site?
We do, yeah. We have our own private cloud. We pay, well, we got a deal on it last time for 300 a month, but it's 500 a month to Nobles County. They bill us quarterly. Maybe it's annually. The last time we just got started with it, so it's been kind of a how do we bill you kind of thing. But so we have a copy of everything that lives there, and it's updated every day. And then Bill's kind of weird that way, so he decided that we're gonna take and do every day.
Didn't phase Bridget at all. She knew what he was.
I knew what he was talking about.
He was following. So we actually do keep another separate copy there that's you won't be able to get to it from this.
Mentioned offsite storage, and it reminded me as well too, a recent library board meeting we had. Tony had mentioned that, you know, the physical space that she's got room there physically if we have a disaster and so forth. I mentioned that, yes, we do have our own backup disaster with the blue building and so forth, and then with fiber to it. And of course, she doesn't have fiber there, so it is a nice gesture. But I think we probably got enough diversity already, don't we, with the blue building and having fiber there.
Yeah, we're probably good. I mean, we've got options should
Yeah.
something happen to this building.
Health Human Services and now our Southwest campus and
There, that's in household hazardous waste in the big bay there, if we had to.
Yeah.
Or in the highway shop area, you know. Some things aren't heated, you know, so that might be something.
meetings would be shorter that way.
Backup power at a generator at the highway area campus. That's something we should really consider doing, or at least have the ability to hook a generator up to it, where just pull the generator up and plug it in and go. That might be.
Or would UPSs be a more economical way going there?
Jury's still out on batteries. There's two competitors to Tesla's Powerwall deal, and the cost to get in that game is still pretty significant. Do with diesel.
Oh, we've got time. Oh, that's my fault too. I took us on.
No worries.
the detour.
Any questions really about this?
I had a question now, on the professional services, what's included in that, or what's that?
So, and this is tough with the two IT type budgets, is what do we call computer services and what do we call professional services? In this one, that is what we pay to CPT or and what we pay to Redstone Technologies.
I just see in the 23, you spent 33,000, but the budget is 67,000, so that's what I was,
Right. Let me get to that page.
and kind of the opposite on the computer services.
Is it the renewal of Leon? Well, maybe we took it out the other way. I can't answer that.
If you had both of them together, they balance out.
Yeah, but what are they for?
Yeah, that's for them.
We must be paying. I'm missing a sheet here. I need the other one that's left. 1 second. So on that budget, we pay, that is to CPT every year. We
Okay,
pay about 9,500 MCCC. And then about 5,000 to Redstone. And then we get a 2-year deal with IBM for the support for the AS400, and over 2 years at 7,500. And then the other thing that comes out of that budget is just that 13,750 assessors.
Software.
Computer aided assessment program. And that's that whole budget right there. All that's in it.
Okay,
And moving on into the big budget. So we added Ryan, and that's gonna add another to 240. $1,000, $70,000 to budget for salaries. How this is. Otherwise, the big highlights, I guess, of this budget are the maintenance that we have on the hardware that we already own. The firewall support, we're over 30 grand a year on that. The other stuff is kind of minimal, 2,000 again. Switch support about 3,000 on top of that. So that is one of the bigger items. And then in our computer services budget, the 6275. About 52,800 is where I'm figuring we're gonna be, and that consulting fees, like what we paid at Sean, or if others that come in and do work for us, mostly just Sean or his people. To hold our domain names, that's always a fee every year. That's about $1,500 a year. To the website itself where we host that's something we do in the cloud.
Yeah.
That's 6,500 a year. And then this security initiative with the state that we do with other, about $4,000. It will be next year. Second year where we start paying for some of those things. Our locates for the fiber, about $2 grand a year just for the notification part of it. So that ends up being about 52,800 of the budget.
did that change that much from 23? 23 is 12,600.
And some of this might be the way I do the bills. Cause those two, that 6275 and the 6260 kind of the same
Oh,
same
okay.
thing.
Okay.
I think if we added both of those up, we're gonna be right in the ballpark on where the budget was.
But our expenditures year to date though are only 4,220.
We're on 6275.
Yeah,
Right?
2024 actual. Yeah. So you've got some other expenses that are still gonna have to come out of here yet this year, you think?
Yeah, we do.
How about our data security insurance. We paid a fair amount more. We bumped up our coverage on that. What account does that come out of?
Comes out of 003, non-departmental.
I don't pay.
Yeah.
No. And I think that might be somewhat stabilized now. We've been looking at increases of that too with all the viral attacks all the time. That's just gonna keep going up too.
So I've gotten some calls recently saying, how did you guys get that deal with Coalition? Coalition has quoted people similar to us doing the same thing. Anybody's guess what's gonna happen next.
Yeah, right.
Wasn't Health and Human Services quite a bit more than what we paid? I
Yes, it
think?
was.
I
Yeah, and
remember
that's
the
kind of what
numbers
made
for
me
sure,
think of
but
it.
it was quite a bit more.
Bill, do you think that part of it is just also our level of our own internal regulations of the insurance companies will look at overall risk? And I would think they'd evaluate what you do.
They're
to
supposed to
protect
be doing
yourself.
that with the other ones too.
Yeah.
Where they're doing, I mean, they're testing us from the outside about
Right.
once a month,
Mhm.
Yeah. You're doing something better than other people then.
maybe.
Would like to think so.
Yeah. Take it as a compliment.
Yeah, yeah. Health and Human Services does have several campuses though too, and that's gotta be harder to defend.
Well, and a lot of mobile devices as well too.
Yep.
And more people, more staff,
people.
more equipment, more units,
And with some of the
more exposure.
yeah, the sensitive information they have on their clients also would increase that exposure to it.
The only thing I noticed on this, and I'll make sure that they change this in the auditor's office, is on the IT budget on your 5590 and your 5897. Those are listed as debits, not credits. There should be a minus sign behind that. So when those got entered, I've got that marked here, so we'll make sure that we know that that's
The
income.
internal fees,
Yeah,
yeah.
the internal fees is income, so. And that's easy to get missed when we put those in there, so that's no problem.
The next one that's big is software. Our backup software that we use does both backups and replications. That's in $38,000. Bigger ones are VMware, what all the servers run on. Our RSA security fobs, we're at 3 years, so we have to buy another 3 years of them next year. That's just the license. The Dark Trace, we're at 28 grand a year. Buy a 2 more Microsoft Windows 22 servers, and then the cores, the CALs to go along with that. Now move down to Microsoft is gonna really start. Dan and I were kind of talking about this
Before,
earlier.
yeah.
So our 100 users-ish, where we're at. That's gonna end up being in low $40,000 annually.
When we
Nuts-
get to that
nuts for
point,
me.
with the number of users of the various programs, we never want to cobble any of our employees, but they all need access to all of these programs. It's come what can be shared.
So that's where we gotta kind of make the decision, and why it's probably gonna be better for us to go month to month versus buying it.
Mhm.
With month to month, then we could say, okay, there's tiers of licenses, and some of them are more like use Word inside a web page. They call it G1. And they're kind of almost getting to the point where it's like when you step into a cab and they start the meter. So it's like, don't leave Word up all night. You know, that kind of where we're at on it. So we'll, there might, like the highway mechanic, for instance, may not need
Full access to all of the
Full-
various programs,
right.
yeah.
full suite of everything.
Does some of them still have the capability for, what was the term, read writes, but you can't audit, you can't make changes? That not really applicable anymore with this
Yeah,
type of software.
I mean, you could set up something.
Yeah.
And the actual applications that offices use can have that ability or Amanda and Sandy are the
Mhm.
software next year. I mean, we're looking.
Again, Bill, what's the big change from 61,000 to 156,000? Is it just some of these aren't paid yearly or?
Some of
they're
these are
annually,
like,
or-
like the Veeam, it's 38,000 this year, but that's gonna get us through 3 years,
Oh, okay. It's not annually.
not
that they're-
annually.
Oh.
And the VMware is gonna be, is in that same place.
Okay.
27.5, I've got a preliminary quote for them. They were just bought out by Broadcom. And last I talked to them, they weren't even sure if they were gonna have resellers, you know, or if they're just gonna sell it all through themselves.
Oh.
So that's been kind of up in the air. So that number is kind of one I just kind of pulled out of my butt to fit in there, but
Okay.
that's as close as I figure we can get based on what other counties have paid similar size. These are all based on how many, it used to be sockets, but now it's how many cores are on each processor. So you add up all your cores, they have a tool, you add up all your cores and send them to them, and then they tell you.
Bill, on your equipment, 10,000 over,
Yes.
line item 6650.
Yep.
I see we didn't have any expenditures in 23 and we haven't had any in 24, but yet you forecasted 103.
Yeah, we deferred a couple things to do something else there in a couple places, but we've got to do switches. So we're gonna do two switches this year,
Okay.
and then next year we're gonna do two more.
Okay.
The
What-
cameras are in that too.
Yeah.
I've got about plan to buy 13 more cameras. 1,500 for. And one more big printer and about almost $12,000.
Well, seeing how for 24, we had 103 budgeted, haven't used any of it,
Haven't used it yet.
which is
Right.
great.
Yeah.
But from a budget
It's
standpoint,
gonna get used though. That's.
yeah,
I
I didn't.
haven't ordered those boxes.
Okay,
yet.
because that was my point. Instead of having a big budget in 25, would it be better to use some of this in 24, and you are going to use some of this in 24.
Yeah, or yeah, most all of it.
Yep.
Will get. We're so far behind on projects. Now we got Ryan on
That's
board.
Yeah, that'll help you a lot.
We'll get caught up on stuff. My phone is buzzing in my pocket as we're going.
You can take it up if you
No,
want. We're pretty informal here today.
Take a look at your 6343 and see if that's accurate for what you're doing, if it's
About
coming out of other places.
6340.
That's your rentals and service are 41.2 this year, 10,000 over last year. And is it just because you're backed up on, I mean, that's what we're paying others on equipment, right? Or what am I thinking? Or what are you thinking there? We had 31.2 and 23 and spent roughly half of it.
Okay, so I've got support for the SANs, both the Hewlett Packard SANs, IBM, the tape library, telephone and firewall support in there.
Okay. Do those invoices come late in the year or are they coming out of something else and just getting coded differently?
Yeah, they come all over
Yeah, okay.
all throughout the year. The telephone one possibly gets coded differently. That's a weird bill, and it seems like we'll get a reminder saying, hey, it's bill late. Or,
That's one from the state?
yeah.
Oh, okay.
state.
Okay. So you're comfortable with the 41.2 you've got there?
I am. yep.
Okay.
Other than that, there's not a lot of big.
Right.
We don't have Blue Peak set up as a vendor for us, do we? By any chance we don't buy any of their services?
We do, it's mislabeled in here as vast.
Okay,
But we do. That is our backup connectivity. And it's also what we use for public Wi-Fi. So that's kind of a pass through out. Then anybody on our Wi-Fi is not on our networks at all.
what brought the question of at the hospital, they're using Blue Peak, of course, for their cable TV, for the rooms and so forth.
Yeah.
This big change with Blue Peak going away from coaxial, it's gonna be just,
Yep.
people say it's gonna be a mess for him there.
Just data. Yeah, we're using MediaCom for that in the cable TV, but that'll be happening with them too.
Yep. Do we need that, or could we go with internet TV instead of coax TV? Not worth the change.
I don't think it's, yeah, it's
Okay.
worth that kind of change. They'll eventually come and they'll change it.
Mhm.
You'd have to buy
They still
apps
run.
and stuff. You'd have to buy apps and stuff if you went to all.
Yep, on some of the, although there are some free apps as well too. Free for now.
For now, yeah.
Nothing's ever free.
Fun?
There is
There's
a
no
lot
free
of free
lunch?
TV, but it depends what you want.
Yeah.
Of course.
So yeah, if you have a Roku,
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep,
it's not really free.
yeah,
You bought that box, but they mine all the data, what you watch, when you watch. They tailor commercials for you. That kind of thing.
What do we
What it
need,
makes-
what do we need for TV in here? Like weather channels or something? What are we using?
The jail has TVs and all
Oh, okay, forgot about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
and we couldn't just go with over the air antenna for that. That wouldn't really give them enough choice,
maybe
maybe,
we could.
yeah. Then we'll have a lawsuit filed against us.
But wrecking the TVs up there.
That's one thing too. The TVs have worked pretty well for them because it's something they can take away,
Right,
if
yeah,
enforce behavior that they
Yeah.
want. Other than that, yeah, we just have a couple other TVs in different places.
Was Blue Peak getting out of the actual physical cable going to your home now, or what?
Not yet.
they're,
Still,
they're in the,
they're still,
yeah.
What are they gonna do? Or?
You're gonna have to go the internet TV through them. You're gonna have to have the internet box instead of a
Oh.
coaxial box,
You just buy
or rent from them.
the service or that's what they'll want to do.
Yeah.
you guys all settled in there? And you're
Getting pretty
kicking
close.
Wayne out and getting Ryan settled?
I don't even see Wayne anymore.
It's a different time.
Fairgrounds too, I thought.
It's a different dynamic, but
Yeah.
it looks like it works. Well, you didn't have to move, did you, Bill?
No,
That's the
No.
best part, right?
Bridget. 3 feet.
Yep,
Did you gain 3 feet or lose 3 feet?
gained.
Gain, oh, there you go.
Yeah.
No, you can see across the whole room now with that.
Yep, we can. It'll be good for collaborating. And just the workspace will function better for us that way. We still have a couple file cabinets to hang on the desks, but that's. We did it all on the cheap.
Thank you for that. Any other questions? We gotta ask Bridget something, unless she feel left out. No, you won't feel, you'll be good?
Kind of nerve wracking.
We're not scary.
Yeah. No, not at all.
Budgeting is guessing.
You've got a good system of tracking it and setting up what you want to do, and so that's very important. You're not flying by the seat of your pants. You have things pretty well set up, but one thing we can't know is the cost of everything, and this is going up. There's no doubt about it. Basically live and die by our IT anymore, so,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I mean, we don't have it, we don't function. But turned on my computer this morning, blue screen of death.
Here at home.
Here,
Uh,
that doesn't happen very often, so.
help.
So I just talked to these guys, just restart it, see if that works. Yep, everything's fine now. But it's like,
Turn it off
You
and
don't know
turn it
what's gonna
back on.
happen.
Yeah, that's.
Kind of expressed Wednesday as well too, Health Human Services. We beat up our IT people there too, because again, they always come with these $28,000 requests. That explained that, no, we're not going to beat up the messenger. We understand what you're working with, and we do truly appreciate the job that you guys do. And now that Ryan's on board with T2, it's nice to have a good team.
Yeah.
Appreciate
oh,
it.
yeah.
So if we get grumpy about spending money on software, it's just a grumpy old man.
We're grumpy at the computer software
Yeah.
companies.
That's
We're
right.
grumpy.
That's right.
That's true. Yeah, I feel like we get taken advantage of, not by you guys, but yeah, for sure.
Oh, we feel that way too.
Yeah.
We do. It's been the mandates that are coming from the state too on how you have to treat your data.
Yes.
And then vendors they take the statutes and kind of interpret them in the worst possible way that it could affect the county, and then they try to scare you into buying their products too.
Any good insurance salesman's gonna tell you about all the fires.
Yes.
How much individual data do we have on a typical Pipestone County resident?
Their tax information is pretty much, and then if they've ever been a guest upstairs, there's a little blurb.
How about social security number and all that? Is that all somewhere?
So there are some social security numbers that are collected in the assessor's office for some of the homestead credits or some of the farm credits that
Yeah,
they get.
that's one of them that I know of.
Yeah.
How about driver's license? I suppose we got all them if they renewed here.
All through the state. That's the state computer system.
That's not
We
our,
don't,
Well, we scan their stuff, but then we ship it right to the
Yeah.
state.
okay.
Passports,
That's-
do you retain any data for that?
We track like who
We,
who it is and
yeah, we
what
just
they
have
got.
transmittals, their passport, their, social security numbers are,
Not on there.
they're on the applications that get sent,
That gets sent away.
but we don't have any physical.
Couple of departments track credit card purchases, or they have a form where they and that number is lost after that transaction's done. They don't actually maintain a log of who bought what and where they're from.
For as sensitive as that information is, it's having been from South Dakota originally. South Dakota, your driver's license number used to be your social security number. Could you imagine the exposure there? I don't know when they,
Oh, yeah, that
when they
was-
finally changed
that
that.
was not uncommon.
Yep.
You look at any of my medals that I have. Words on there, your social security number is your.
Right up there. Yep.
I used to write it on the envelope when she'd mail me a letter.
Mhm. Oh, yeah. Yeah, our military ID number was our social security number when I was in.
There's some things that we're gonna have to figure out how Pipestone County is gonna treat that type of data. So the sheriff's office and maybe a couple other departments have a Facebook page. County has one Twitter page that. And we use those to advertise for employees, there's a job opening. We use them for weather alerts.
Yep.
or if the courthouse is closed,
Mhm.
and we use them to report lost pets.
We gotta find some way to monetize the Pipestone
is-
County Jail roster.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people that check that every morning.
Right. Pull an ad on there or something. But those things that we post are those government records.
Mhm.
That's something we gotta decide internally there. Some counties have decided those are government records. They archive them and keep them for however long they decided, reasonable amount of time.
We don't post a whole lot to social media, really. We're pretty minimal that way.
I expect us to get more data requests coming up. I'm thinking that the other counties, the big counties have been clobbered with it for 5, 6 years, really. To the point where they have like an arbitrator. It's not IT's job to figure out if this is a legitimate data request or
Mhm.
what the scope of that data request is. They have somebody else do that and then hand that off to whoever has that.
Be a good idea.
Probably, I mean, that's probably the ideal way to go, because
What's motivating these requests, do you think? Is it people mining for information or are they just trying to throw sand in the gears?
so there's a little bit of everything. There's people that are just mad, and I don't mean crazy, I just mean pissed. And their object is just to irritate you. And they pester the sheriff's offices usually. There's people that have or believe they have a way to monetize that data. So you've got a company called FOIA Buddy. And there's like 3 of them right now. We've got a request from them before, but it was so general. It's like, fill out our form and figure out what you want. We've got it set up where we want to know who's asking for that data. And these other businesses, their model is, we're just gonna gather all the data you have, and then we're gonna sell it to whoever wants that kind of data. I can kind of get where if I sell computer services, I want to know what all the counties buy for computer. All into them to see if they want to buy from me and stuff.
Mhm.
Doesn't mean we have to give it out.
Wow, we almost have to. It has to be classified. There's like 3 different classifications of data. Like public data, private data. Like our SOP for the office and like each one's, that's kind of non-public data, right? We don't share that kind of stuff. We don't share our security plans. But we share our fire drill plan,
Right.
So there's other stuff, but they take people to court over data. If you don't have it, how can you produce it? So we fall into that kind of category. We don't have an email archiver. We just have whatever people have managed to. That does happen. It's happened upstairs where there's a court case and we'll have to have a litigation hold. Cut data and send. That's. But I see us getting. We're gonna start getting pounded with data requests. We can charge fees on that, especially if we have to print it. Most of them will ask for it in a digital copy, but it still may take $60 an hour, this many hours to produce that information. Charge for that data. That way.
Okay, any other? Thanks, Bill. Thanks, Bridget.
Nice having a chance to visit with you guys.
Back to work. Oh, no, this was work too, wasn't it?
Keep it safe.
waiting for Casey. Steve, can you start part of yours or don't?
Oh,
you want to do this?
absolutely. No, I can plow right ahead.
What do you think? No.
Sure. Let's go to Commissioners 003,
What page is that?
page 3. I gave you a copy of what I proposed for annual salaries for commissioners. Everyone's got that at their desk too. I put it in at a 3% increase. So you can look at all those, and that's a decision that the board generally makes when we get to that point of what they want to do for themselves. But at this point, I figured it in at a 3% increase over 2024. So
You didn't use the Hennepin County Commissioner,
no, I didn't figure you probably wanted to do that.
they
Give
want,
yourself a 50% increase or
it was
whatever.
from 126,000 to 187,000.
I heard they backed it down.
Well, they got a little feedback from
You
them.
think?
That was more than the governor's salary.
Yeah.
Really?
And they actually passed it in the room.
Isn't there some statute that no state employee can be paid more than the governor? I thought I read that.
They're not state employees. It kind of,
That's
seems like
county
the state of
employees.
Hennepin, though.
But that was, yeah.
They're
that would
county
be
employees.
Yeah.
So that's what I figured on that, and per diems pretty much, want to increase those at all, you can do that, but I kept it pretty well static. You haven't done much changes on those. We're basically at 100, and that's been, I think you've been satisfied with that. Insurances are all listed there. So there's no VIBA, PERA for everyone is on there, Social Security, Medicare, telephone costs, we pay that for, usage of, Verizon and also for the devices here that we have too, so pretty minimal. Occasionally a little bit, something we need to advertise or whatever. Dues and subscription, those run all the different groups you're with, but specifically AMC is in that group. The dues go up a little bit every year, it seems like, so they've gone up a little bit. Your training and registration fees, that obviously pays for going to the conferences, meetings, AMC, that type of thing. We get billed for everyone that goes to that. And this is only for you, mine, when I go come out of my budget, doesn't come out of your budget.
Steve, I had a note on that one. There's. It's the 2023 was under 6,000, but the budget is 12,000. Is it, you see a change coming that much, or training and registration?
It's hard to say. I could probably bring it down to, I wouldn't go any lower than 8. I can.
Okay.
I'll change it. We'll go to 8,000 on that.
And you mentioned like AMC and some of the other ones that we're on AMC boards. We have to just make sure that we bill those per diems to AMC and it doesn't come out of the counties.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then your mileages and things come out of those. I don't know that they pay your mileage, do they?
For AMC board, they do.
Okay, that's good. Mileage right now, we're still at 67. So on mileage, I'm pretty close on that. And we're down, you just never know what you're gonna go and what you're gonna travel with, or if you take a car, or if you group drive, you don't have as many, but it's pretty common to between $10,000 and $12,000 a year for mileage. So, meals, we're doing the same rate on that. That's, between 6 and 8, 63 and 23. We're pretty close on that. I know the costs are going up for every place you go. Cost of eating out is very expensive, so I just recommend leaving that. Office supplies, not a whole lot on that thing, like anything we need, so it's just pretty minimal. So, but I will drop. We'll take 4,000 out of training and registration fees and see how that goes for 25, so that's all right. Anything else in that one, gentlemen?
Looks good.
Looks good, yeah.
So let's hit travel management next. That is.
Or do we want to jump back to Casey, seeing how she's here? So she.
Oh, you want to come up?
can update on us.
Yeah, come on up. Be ready. Yeah, come on up. I'll fill in as we go. Gonna get you back.
Before her pager goes off and she runs out the door.
You never know.
Good morning, Casey.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
What do you want to start with?
It makes no difference to me.
Matter to
Go
me.
ahead, yeah.
We'll hit, I think, EM first.
Okay.
All right, so not a whole lot has changed in EM, although
71.
Thank you.
did add back in, and since prices have come back down a bit and I have my ducks in a row to replace that Suburban. I would like to add under under refunds and reimbursements, I'd like to add in 5920 for sales of capital assets. I'm hoping, I've done a little research and I had a friend who's pretty well versed in it, point me in the right direction, but I would like to, maybe try to post on an online, like a GovBid or something like that, and sell the Suburban that way. There's still a really impressive market for those 3/4 ton Suburbans. I mean, even though that it's a 2004, I mean, it's still going to be relatively low miles and it's around 130,000 right now. And I'm pretty optimistic that we could probably get $15,000 to $20,000 even out of it yet.
What year is that?
It's a 2004. But it was bought new by us. I mean, it's always been stored inside and washed and meticulously maintained.
No rust, I'm sure.
No rust. I mean, we have,
It's worth it, so.
yeah, we have all the maintenance records and that is the best way to get some money back out of it. We don't want to try trading it in or anything because we would get peanuts for it. So that's my plan for that.
Highway department, any need for it there?
I doubt it. The only thing it'd work for is be engineering.
Survey
They-
crew,
they've
stuff like
got
that, but they're
one.
real set
They,
up.
they use that pickup with the topper now, so.
Yeah.
I doubt it. I mean, you can ask them if you want, but
Building and grounds, they're pretty well set. They've got that Ford, that blue Ford pickups that can stick around.
Yeah, and
Pickups are better for them anyway.
it is. And I mean, this would not get the best of mileage tootling around town anyway.
What engine does that? Is that a
6.0.
How much were you thinking on that budget item? The
Uh,
5920?
I'm hoping either at 15 to 20,000, depends on how optimistic you'd like to be with it. I've been watching some sales over the past year with, I mean, similar years and miles in the 6.0 versus the 8.1. And I mean, I've seen even a couple go to 30
yeah. no,
and even a
you're
couple
right.
that
They-
went to 40.
They
It's,
are quite a bit, more than you'd think. I guess.
yes. So I think
Put 15 in there for now? What do you think?
That's probably low, really, but.
Well, you tell me. I mean, I'm
That's
just
fine.
using it
No,
for
I-
a
I
budget
mean,
number.
I didn't research it, but
15 or 20 is kind of what I figured.
no, you're right.
Put in there as a
Yeah.
placeholder. So,
Go in the middle,
yep.
17.5.
17.5, perfect.
What was the line number on that?
That'll be a new line. It'd be 01-281-5920. It'll be under the income side of it.
Yep, right between the refunds and reimbursements and salaries.
Salaries, yeah.
Never had income before in emergency management, huh?
Nope, sure don't. Of some friends that come down that have Vizslas that we hunt pheasant with in the fall, and one of them is very familiar with like the 3/4 tons.
That makes sense. You glance through just the used vehicles and an ad, you glance through that and you think, wow, they're getting a lot for something over 100,000 miles.
It is. Well, and I mean, you look at used vehicles nowadays and I mean, people are selling a lot of rusted out stuff for
Yeah, they are.
Mhm.
10 grand. So
Yeah.
But I mean, these, especially since, I mean, you can't unless it's super special ordered, get like a Suburban that's a 3/4 ton or anything anymore.
Is
This is a
is
diesel
the,
or gas?
Gas.
That's what I
Yep.
thought when you said the
is
6
the lettering, is that all like decals or? what
It's
is it?
vinyl, I think.
Or
Yep, it's all vinyl.
Peels off pretty easily.
Okay.
Light bar and stuff you transfer over and.
Well, that light bar it's past
been
its
a couple
prime.
Times.
Yep. So, the light bar, I mean, that's something we can either sell with it. I mean, there are some people who would want it, or we can just take it off and make sure to plug the holes and it can be a relic hanging somewhere.
The equipment inside related to.
Yep.
You could transfer.
Yep, there's
the-
not much for equipment inside. We'll just move the armor radio over and I've talked to Edison about, upfitting a new vehicle for us, so.
Perfect.
Um. I don't know, aside from that, there is really not,
And just remember too, that that Suburban was bought on a grant.
yes.
We didn't pay for it on
It was
it.
a post nine.
Well,
Yeah,
that's,
yeah,
that's
it was a lot,
nice.
everything in there was through after 9/11.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So do we have to?
no, it's ours, no, it's ours. No,
Just, it never cost.
It-
No, it didn't cost us
Replace.
money. We just had to report,
That helps, yeah.
just did what we bought with it,
How
so,
much was it new back then? Do you remember?
oh, God, I don't know, probably around 20.
Imagine.
And you're gonna sell it for 20,
Yeah.
maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
The new one's gonna cost a little more than 20. The replacement's gonna be a little more than 20 this time.
Yep, the replacement will be a little more.
Scary.
So I budgeted, and this is after talking to Dodge of Burnsville and a couple others, budgeted 55,000 for replacement. And I budgeted 5,000 for any upfitting and whatnot. I don't expect it to cost 5,000, but
Well, a light bar though, I mean, that's not,
yep,
you might spend close to that.
lights are expensive. Yeah, I don't know how crazy we'll go on lights and graphics with
I
it,
probably
but
wanted to say 55, you're probably not gonna get much of a vehicle, but we can add in the sale of the other one.
you can, but actually prices have came down again. A couple years ago, I mean, they were relatively low and then they shot up crazy high and it was about 65 grand for what we wanted. And now it's back down to it's right around 55.
It is,
But
okay.
it's
We're
that
good.
type style of vehicles, what you think you need.
What I'm planning on replacing it with is a new Ram 2500 Bighorn gas.
Crew
Pickup,
cab,
pickup style.
crew
Yeah,
cab.
pickup.
But we can still, I don't think we need a topper with the equipment that we have in the back. I think we're gonna do like a hard or a lockable top.
Okay.
And then, like a pull-out rack for some. I mean, we do have some equipment in the back of it and whatnot, but I mean, we have our med bag and whatnot, and I'll probably keep that secured in the cab.
Good.
Chrysler's got their Ram, has got those side storage bins. Would that.
Some of them do, yeah.
Be something to work for you.
So I can check into it. And I'll have to look. I don't know how big they are.
And if it's even available on the 2500 series,
I'm not sure.
I know they're in the 15.
Right. No, I'll have to look into that.
And you see, we got 5,000 in your equipment budget to help lighting and whatever
Yep.
else you want to do with that, so you'll need to do, perfect.
And I know Edison said there's a few scrap lights that they have and whatnot too at the sheriff's office side that,
He can probably help do all that stuff for
that
you.
he can help with.
Nice to be able to do
So,
that in-house now, saves us
Right.
a lot of money with.
yes,
doing
it does. But having a 2500 too, I mean, for when we pull the FEMA trailer, that thing
Mhm.
is super heavy. And I mean, they use that down at the Dutch Festival and, the sheriff's office has been using it for a lot of their different like qualifications and stuff now since they're pretty active and when it gets hot, they like to make sure they can cool off the guys and Relay for Life and other things that we do standbys in the community for.
But you mentioned the trailers. We don't have any trailers heavy enough to justify or warrant a dually truck for it.
No, I don't
No.
think so. No,
It's not.
no, a 3/4 ton
Not
should be more than sufficient for pulling this.
price has come down on some of the stuff.
It has.
Plum Creek last night, we had a chance to buy that little white thing that hauls books around. New one for 59.
Really?
And I
What
couldn't
were
say
they
yes
2 years
fast
ago?
enough. We bought that one 4 years ago for like 68 or something. So
That's crazy. Well, I'm glad they're finally coming down though. But I don't know, do you guys have any questions on anything else? I don't think there are significant changes.
anybody on the,
No changes to your EMPG. Be nice if they'd give us some more.
Well, the 22, we're expecting payment on it. I know it's been approved for payment. That's the one that we approved the agreement
Yep.
a couple months ago.
Mhm.
And that was like the one-time addition, so I think it was like 21,500 or so. So we're waiting on that, but as of the printing of this report, we hadn't received it yet.
Yeah.
But the money that we do have in there at the top in the 5441, the 16,549, that's from the 2021 EMPG grant that we had got paid for this year.
From 21.
I know they have added quite a bit of staff though. HSEM has, and I mean, like when they came down a couple weeks ago for the applicant briefing from the disaster, they had, I think, 3 new people and they were all pretty good. And Bill Herty, he
Oh, sure.
and whatnot, but
Remember him.
the whole disaster thing is going, I mean, it's going smoothly so far. We had a brief Zoom meeting with like the whole FEMA, this whole disaster coordinator or whatever yesterday, and she said that they have some offices now. I think Marshall, Sioux Falls, and maybe Mankato,
Oh,
and
yeah.
then some little satellite ones, and then they have dedicated people that will be contacting each little jurisdiction to go out, and they're hoping to get this wrapped up, like the information gathering part by like the end of the first week of September or so.
Sure.
Because they know that it's a agricultural area and harvest is gonna be starting soon, so they're kind of in a time crunch.
I understood it correctly on the radio I heard yesterday. 7 new people to deal just with.
That could be. We got very lucky compared to a
Mhm.
lot of others, so.
That's good. Should we move on to 283? Page 76.
county ambulance?
Yes, sir. I don't think, I mean, aside from, the purchase of a new vehicle, I don't think, or a replacement of the ambulance, I don't think anything is too crazy.
Is that different from the one we did recently?
Nope, that's the same one. That was just to order it.
Okay.
It still won't be, we still do not have
Bill date?
we don't have a bill date. We don't have a arrival date of the chassis that was ordered or anything. Nick and Phil did come over and they do want the chassis of that old one.
Yep.
It won't work with their box, but they want to build it into a flatbed. And thought it would be very useful for that. So
Okay.
that's the plan. We'll coordinate with them.
The bid or however.
Yep,
we're gonna-
And I mean, it states in there too, they'll basically get it road legal for us and then we'll work it out with the highway department and we'll make sure we get it back here and give it to them to,
You mean road legal, are they gonna spend money to get it road legal or?
Not our-
Nick talked about hauling it actually, but
they had talked about hauling it.
Nick did.
Okay, I'll touch base with Nick again on that.
Yeah, however they work it out.
Yeah. We'll figure it out.
Yep.
Well, I just didn't want to see you spend a bunch on it, just to get it
If
here.
they're going to haul it, then we'll make sure it just
But he-
basically,
Okay,
But that depends too, because running a truck down there and back is not inexpensive either, so.
yeah, I'll back up a little bit, maybe, and I don't know what they do. You might have to look into them putting the back in it.
Yep.
Because Nick's gonna need that anyway,
Right.
so. Just talk with him and do what you gotta do, I guess, but.
Yep, we sure will.
Okay.
But again, aside from that, I don't think there's anything super,
Are the wages, are they all union people or for the wages? Salaries, I should say. Is
No.
that a union?
all of the regular and the overtime and the holiday pay, those would all be union. The part-time is not all union.
Right.
There's still actual part-timers as well as some paid volunteers that get paid out of that line item.
Do you know what the increase of the union is from into the next year? What percent?
4.
That's for.
Pay plan goes up 4%.
That union, what do we call that union? Are they in?
This is the AFSMI courthouse. They're
in
part of the courthouse.
Oh, okay.
And you had AFSMI Highway, AFSMI Courthouse, and then LELS
Yeah. I didn't know
for
if they were-
sheriffs and
I
LELS
didn't know if they
for
were separate.
the jailer
from court.
dispatchers.
Okay. Okay,
The only change you need to do, and I had a 0 on that, your 6151 insurances employers, put 115,000 in there. That'll work. That'll get us going. I'll make sure that gets changed, so.
That'll make a number change on the bottom pretty quickly.
Yes,
you say 115 or 150?
115, 115, 115.
Okay.
Within 150.
Line item number on that one, did you say?
6151 on
There,
page
got it.
76.
Yep, there we go.
Just as insurance's employer.
Yep.
It's zeroed out right there, so put 115 in there. And the only other one I saw was your mileage. You have 3,000 in there and we haven't been not spending hardly any money on any mileage for anybody. I don't know, do you need that much or what do you think?
No, probably not.
6332, since
Yep.
you got vehicles and you guys use county vehicles to
We
go to.
do, we try to use county vehicles for the most part. I would say we can probably, I don't know, knock it down to like 1,200,
1,200?
1,500, 1,200.
Yeah, let's go 12, that's fine.
Got any out-of-state travel training coming up that you're aware of?
No, we don't. We've talked about every once in a while, attending like the South Dakota EMS Association. They have a conference every year. This year, I believe it's out in Spearfish, but sometimes they have some pretty good opportunities. There's been, I mean, there's a few East River trainings and whatnot that, I mean, we open up to people if they want to attend. So I feel like South Dakota kind of overall, their EMS program does a little bit better job of offering training sessions for their folks.
What's in the rental and service agreement, 6343? What's involved with that?
That's got like preventative maintenance on our cardiac monitors, on our Lucases, on the radios, that has our billing that we pay for Jasper, Edgerton and Pipestone. That's got a lot of the like service agreements for the building as well, like Interstate Power, Heartland Security, stuff for the generator, stuff for the HVAC.
Thanks.
Are you fully staffed?
Well, we were. We had an EMT just put in her resignation last week just because she is going to be moving for new adventure with her significant other. So they're building a house up north and she got a job, I think, with the Sencha out of Detroit Lakes up there. So she'll be leaving us, but I don't think we'll have problems filling her spot. So we just brought on 2 more EMTs onto the volunteer side of it who had just went through Danielle's class this past, I think her spring class, I think they went through. And they wanted to join us after they got their EMTs, so.
There was a full-time EMT that was leaving.
Yep, it was a full-time EMT that was leaving, so that'll be getting posted this week.
Office space change with VSO and transit swap, and that really didn't affect you at all. And
Affect us at all. I think it's working quite well for
I
them.
think so. See what Renee says, but I think it
Yep.
was. Transit, are they even in there once a week yet?
Oh, yeah, Annette's in there quite a bit. Carmen's in there on Mondays and then occasionally like the regional gal, Michelle from Slayton, she's in there too. So, I mean, it's
Yep.
it's a small space for us, but I mean, they use the training room and whatnot when they need as well. And it seems to be working well for them. They've had no complaints about it, so.
They're talking about a new building, so.
I've heard that.
Yep.
So. I think they've outgrown their garage.
2027 is what they're looking at.
The building.
Yeah, for a building.
Far away, but it'll be here before we know
They had
it.
talked about we could demo the building that was there and basically it was like shoehorning it in there to try to make it fit to what we had and using our parking lot to the north too, where we took out the house and and there's gonna be issues with trying to get access to Highway 75. It states right on our deed that you can't have any access to Highway 75 from that lot. So it pretty much shoots that down.
We
So-
do,
Huh?
we do.
There is a little driveway there.
There's access.
Can't break it and make it any
Okay,
bigger.
that was it's on the MinDOT building property. You can't do a driveway off of that onto
Oh, I see what
75.
you're saying.
Gravel
I see-
parking.
I see.
Booker property, that was already there,
That's
so.
okay.
Yeah.
Probably couldn't enlarge it, I suppose.
No, we can't enlarge it or anything like that, so.
There is fine.
And they need more space. They need space for like 7, 8 buses and they'd wash bays and offices. And yeah.
So how would you say they're gonna do it? Are they gonna tear down the old one and
No, that's our building. We're just letting them basically use it.
where's their new one?
They're looking at, to the east of Health and Human Services out on city property across from the dental center.
Oh, totally move it.
Totally moving.
Oh,
Yep,
okay, I see.
yep. Brand new facility.
And part of the reason for that was a fueling station for propane buses that
Right.
has to have moved. That's,
Yeah.
they didn't say that specifically, but that's what I gathered from it.
Big electric plug-in too?
They're not gonna try.
They're talking propane, not electric, so.
They're gonna try some in Marshall, I believe.
Propane for sure in Marshall.
Right.
Oh, interesting.
What are they gonna do with the old bus garage? What are you guys gonna do with it?
We got, storage needs for
Have storage needs.
Storage needs.
Fair Board wouldn't like some more storage, and I'm sure the sheriff department.
I was gonna say the
wants
So
County could use
probably,
it too. We need
Move the
storage instead
sheriff
of
off
storing
the
all
fair-
of our stuff in the hallways around here.
some- Move the stuff off the Fair Board and move the sheriff stuff off the Fair Board and let the Fair Board have that storage.
So could certainly be used. Hey, Jeff.
Any other questions for Casey? Well, thank you for the
Thanks.
information.
I'll take a little break, a minute or two.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
All right.
Back to order with our special budget meeting. Next up is Jeff Arndt, probation. Welcome.
Come on down.
That's right.
You're up.
I'm up.
Yep.
Well, I'm kind of the proxy. Brad had, the district supervisor had some training, to go. So essentially the biggest change, I think is for the budget overall is the amount of funding the state is giving back to the county now. They've come up with a formula. It used to be like a 50-50 type deal. They supplied 50, the county supplied 50 in a contract office. Now they've come up with a formula that, and that got slowly whittled down to where it was only like 28% or 29% they were kicking back in. Now it's per individual on probation. There's a dollar amount assigned. It's like 100, like I think it's like 100 and something, 130 or 120. Don't quote me on that. Steve, I don't know.
That's per, yeah, I think 120 sounds right.
120, I believe. Per person that's on probation that the state
Yeah.
now pays back to the county. So essentially, it pretty much covered my salary last year, I believe, is one of the bigger things. And there also is money coming for the felony position that the counties will get back that, correct me if I'm wrong, Steve, Brad has contacted you about how you want to spend that or
Yeah.
planning for that as well. So
Yeah.
the overall changes, and there's more money coming from the state to the counties to deal with corrections, probation.
Encouraging,
It is, that's,
very encouraging.
It was a substantial amount of money.
Yeah.
And then the other, there's, the state also pays for half of Kimber's salary, my support staff. And then you guys also get money for that from or Murray County, excuse me, as well. And there's some offset for some office supplies coming from Murray County. So essentially you have three entities all paying into the pod, but it's the county's portion has gotten lessened that they have to pay.
Is the reimbursement the same for both adults and juveniles, or is there a formula?
It's across the board for people that are assigned to the case.
Regardless of their age.
Yep, correct. So, and right now I checked, it's like I have 163 clients. Some of those may have multiple cases, but that's where I'm at. Brad's got is at like 129. Then you have the sex offender agent that there's a few in the county that also monies would come back to that secondary pot that's more given to the counties to see what type of programming they want to use that for, or as correctional and things like that. But Steve has been more involved with that.
And then the reporting type stuff you do for the court administrator for pre-sentencing and things like that, has that changed, or you still have to do all of that?
Oh yeah, that's all still, that's part of the.
And that's considered part of your reimbursement for the.
Yeah, because that person would be assigned.
Mhm.
So they're in pre-sentence status or predispositional status if they're a juvenile.
So there's no additional burden put on you. It's the
No.
same as what there was before.
It's the same people, it's the same thing, it's just their
Reimbursement formula.
it has changed. It's more in line with what you're actually, they used to do it off of like population density and all this other stuff. Now you have X amount of people, you're getting X amount of dollars per person that you're supervising.
Nice. They applied some common sense. Nice for a change.
Oh, yeah, it's like I said, it was a sizable amount that came back.
Yeah.
And I believe this was one of the areas that I think my supervisor said that it actually covered my salary costs.
there's a change. On page 70, I need to make the 5501 27 79 5501, that needs to have a negative by it because that's an income. So it's no big deal. I'll have that changed. That would show up as an expense if I didn't change that. So that's $2,000. Mark did pretty much the whole budget on this, remember, right? Yeah, so he got everything taken care of on that.
The other thing too is you get one thing to remember is the state is on the fiscal calendar year versus reimbursement. They're a different, it's a calendar that doesn't line up with the counties always.
And they go.
We just got our 23 reimbursement
Yeah, so it's
like 3 weeks ago after
Yeah.
1st of August, went after the July. So we just got.
And their fiscal year starts October 1st.
what is it,
No, they're on
July.
July 1.
But there's always just a little bit of a lag.
Mhm.
It's not always representative in the actual numbers coming back.
Your checks officially come from Pipestone County, though, right? Is it
My
your payroll check?
no, I'm totally state.
You're totally state.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's essentially what's called a contract office. So in the 1950, or it was before 1950s, the Corrections Act the legislator said you have to have a probation agent for juveniles in every county. And for those that couldn't afford it, those counties couldn't afford it, the state put in, they would
Mhm.
share, they would partner with the counties to offset the cost of that. So they would set up a state employee, benefits, everything for me.
State.
Everything for Brad, my coworker, he does all the felony stuff. He was gonna be here, but he's working remotely. Is a state employee. The only county employee we have in the office is Kimber.
Kimber.
But then half of her salary through an agreement, because Brad is housed there, is also paid for by the state. So they
That's
reimburse.
reimbursed back to the county. She doesn't
Correct.
get two separate checks.
Nope.
That's just.
Yep, she just gets the county check. And all her benefits and stuff, and that's what's, her stuff is then, the benefits would be the 6101, that's where kind of she starts, and then that goes down, that's all Kimber. All our computers now are through the state, we're all on state computers in the office now, they've changed that in the last few years to something different. We have was we retained the county landline offices just for consistency for people. And having that, I know in other places they did away with it, and yet, support staff trying to run off a computer, and it was thankful that we were able to keep that.
It's the state phone system too. We pay minute for the phone, so. Yeah.
Is this the third year that Kimber's been here? Something like that?
Yes,
Yeah, I think
Close to
that's-
that now.
yes, it is. Lucky there. And
Yeah,
Judy
you've done well. She's a gem, no doubt about it. She does. Does a good job.
We also have supervised release agents in the area that are all states. So like the county doesn't pay anything for felony agent, supervised release agent, or the sex offender agent.
In essence, because of this reimbursement change from the state, then your department's total cost to the levy is
Substantially lower, about
Substantially lower.
$40,000 lower than
Yeah,
last year.
yeah, really, really.
And with that
nice.
2,000, you're looking, what we've got here now would be basically 22,624
Yeah.
would be the approximate levy.
So, and if you think you get all those people for that,
Yeah.
I mean, you can't buy a pickup for that. Really.
We got a
We got a
Suburban to sell
Suburban.
you.
We got a Suburban to sell.
Oh, I've got a collection of those. I would. Good hunting, right?
There's a lot of work by a lot of different organizations and AMC to help get probation, the funding where it should be, that the
Yep.
state picking up more of the share that they should be on instead of the counties on it. There's so many different models that are out there too, as I understood, of different ways they're funded.
There's three models. There's three models in the state of Minnesota, and that goes back to the 1970s. They allowed some things, and there's formula for population size and things like that, whereas like Pipestone, Rock and Nobles really don't qualify to be what they are, but
Oh, okay.
they just haven't pushed that. Either have totally county, a county picks up everything, does everything, felonies, sex offenders, a board to supervise it, all of what goes with that. And some of your bigger metro areas that, the air quote works, but, and then you have a CPO, which is the felony agent is provided by the state, but the juvenile and gross misdemeanor agent is provided by the county fully. And then there a board and all that goes with that. So essentially the three,
That we got.
and then like we are the contract office for this. They send somebody down.
Any other questions for Jeff?
No, looks good.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you very much.
You guys.
Thank you.
you have any questions ever, if you want more explanation, there's something, stop down. Happy to chat or what things.
Sounds good.
We do have some changes probably coming to this, the supervision fees. I think those are gonna be going away in 2025, I think. And we generally, use that money, for, and that's anybody that's placed on supervised probation is assessed a supervision fee where they would have to pay, felonies were $300. That went away a year ago. Gross misdemeanors are 200, misdemeanors is 100. We turned around and we use that money to do things to reduce recidivism and or improve anything correctional related. We did a lot with the schools for programming, bring it into the drinking and driving, texting. I got one coming next year to Edgerton this fall. Summer's kind of got away from me.
County fair is done.
Yeah, summer's over. So yeah, so we'll have I can get you the information if you guys would want to go down. It's pretty good. It's all about vaping, the vaping stuff.
I was just gonna ask you about that with the legalization of cannabis. So-
Yeah, and it's we had another agent put together a program, a national speaker that came over.
Top Cop?
Yep, in Wyndham. And that was pretty good for general public to see. Speaks to there's not a lot of oversight on what's being sold in gas stations and stuff. It's pretty amazing what you can buy. Essentially, you can buy essentially Oxycontin in a vape form in a it's not supposed to be there, but it's the chemical compounds and they change it and it's in a store and you got people that the one lady, she was buying like 40 of them a day, at $10 or $13 a throw, but it was just feeding that, addiction, from the opioid. So, and the chemicals that are in it in the, lungs, it's just horrific. And they just play a game, they'll change the chemical compound in it and then out there and it's no regulation is the big deal. It's all marketed. If you look at it, you would swear some of it's candy you could put it on a candy aisle in a gas station. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference of what it is. It's drug or candy. So we're going to see more probably, and it's targeted towards the younger people. So issues with that going forward.
Last week at our Pipestone Area Coalition meeting, they gave us a report on the Top Cop and then some of this information too. The thing that really blew me away is that the over-the-counter medication, Imodium.
Yep.
Imodium. They're abusing that to get a high off as well too. Could you imagine what that would do to your system?
Yep.
I mean, it's
it goes back to any of your cold medicines, any of that. The ones that are being manufactured and sold in like head shops and or your gas, you go to some gas stations and you can see it. It's there once you are made aware of it. If you're not a user of it, but
we're going to try to get this individual as Top Cop back again. His speaking fees are substantial, but he does a terrific job. I understand. So,
the big one there is to get the public to go to it. Generally, you have the people like you guys and us sitting here, where you need the general population to buy in.
The program that they did at the school last year, this hidden in plain sight, was very well attended. Again, Edison did a presentation there. That was very nice.
But we do have the national one coming down to Edgerton. Principal approached me, but they went to this same speaker in another area. So the supervision fees. Had some scheduling stuff. So yeah. Mr. G Brian Gilbertson hasn't got back to me, but it is. And we're ready to go.
Good. With legalization of marijuana, are you going to be busier or less busy?
Well, that does two things, as I see it, or the trends I've seen. And talked about this at the Top Cop. When you legalize something, it creates a hole. we're gonna get the cartels and the people that are running the illicit drug business, they're going to make up that profit someplace else. Taking away, you're legalizing the marijuana, you're taking that profit away from us. Now we're pushing the stuff. Your Oxycontin, your
Harder
fentanyl, and your other things. They're gonna get that back. I don't know, I have my
We'll have
own,
to see, huh?
not necessarily those of the Minnesota.
Mhm.
We have enough problems with legal stuff before we legalize it. We have all destroys a lot of people.
With your, see any trends on your total numbers of people that are on supervision? Is it staying about the same, up, down?
I've been kind of right. It used to be like when I had like 80, I thought I had a lot, you know, so it's kind of consistently been in that 100 to 160, 150 to 200 range. Just depends, you know, sometimes we'll get a big wave of things too, but that's two counties, so we gotta keep that in mind, but
Both adults and juveniles?
both adults and juveniles, yep. Juvenile stuff has been down overall, but we're seeing an increase of coming out of the pandemic, more sex crime related stuff coming out of that, and some of that. I think we're gonna be having an uptick, which would, because we don't have the research stuff as far as placements, the shrunk across the state. A lot of them closed. You don't have the group home. Keeping kids further away, which isn't always, try to keep them in the communities. What I hope doesn't happen, but it kind of looks like, especially with the targeting of the drug use. Sooner, the younger, statistically, we know the younger you start using drugs, the more apt you are to have a problem with drugs and alcohol as an adult or later.
Well, in the recent past, and with the couple of opioid fatalities that we had, and now I see that there's been some settlement. I see by the paper, there've been some verdicts in a couple of those cases, so
Yep, that
hopefully that awareness gets out there.
works its way up the chain. So, but you know, it's, I think we're lucky that we've only had that.
Yeah.
Speak to that, the amount of Narcans, our office, so. Hopefully it goes the other way, but I don't.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Miss Bonnie,
Bonnie.
come on up.
Hearing that, it makes me really feel that you're investing in positive youth development. World of changing things and.
Yeah.
And again, it's a collaborative.
Okay,
Extension is page 94.
Thank you, Steve.
Mhm. You.
good, how are you?
Good, great.
I'm
Good to
glad
see
I
you.
came early. You guys-
Yeah.
I think before, I remember. Might as well be here early there.
Great.
Yeah, hopefully we can go through the budget and then I'd just like to talk about the MOA a little bit.
Mhm.
Steve and I had talked that hopefully he could bring it to the board next week
Mhm.
for approval. So I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page and comfortable with what we're talking about, but let's do the budget first. So the things that changed in our budget, the salary and benefits for Macy, the county position is gone up, but that is just nothing that has to do with what I would deal with. So our first line of change is 6243. And knowing that we have an increase coming in the MOA, I really looked at each line and tried to cut where we could and tried to save where, you know, we could save a little bit. And so that 6243, we just actually eliminated that because we don't have a need for training and registration when it's covered in the MOA. So we're good to eliminate that. The next line is the MOA, the 6260, and that is an increase to 155 for 2025. That would include the salary package for Brandy, for Melissa, our ag educator, our 4-H educator, And then we have a full-time, or not a full-time, but a, full, paying the full cost of the 4-H summer intern. And then again, we share Melissa's position and that summer ag intern with Murray County. So that's 40% of that.
Can I interrupt you a minute? What is MOA?
That's our memorandum of agreement. And so that is the agreement that we'll be asking you to sign. We're currently in the 2022 to 24. So that's what is currently signed.
3 year.
Starting, yep, it's a 3-year. And so starting January 1st, we'll be under the 2025 and 27 to 27.
Okay.
So we talked about it at the AMC district meeting. Were most of you there this past one?
Mhm.
Yep.
Where we were able to talk through the details of it. And I will talk through the details of it in just a minute, but that's what we're talking about. It's
you.
the county pays for the positions that we fund. Yep.
What is the difference between, agreement and understanding? I hear MOU,
Yeah.
memorandum of understanding versus agreement. I don't know what the technical difference is.
I don't either. Ours have always been called memorandum of agreement, but I think,
I kind of thought so.
yeah, good question. Okay, so then the next thing that changed in ours is 6332. That's our mileage for our CEC. And again, trying to lower where we don't need as much. We are totally fine cutting $100 off of that line. So we went with that. Meals, lodging and expenses. Again, that is all covered for our MOA positions in the MOA. And so we don't have a need for that. I talked to Macy and she said, I don't anticipate that I'm going to need lodging or meals. And so we zeroed that one out. The 6343, the rental and service agreements, it's the same except for we are sharing a copy machine with Ace now at our building. And so we just added $240 just to cover their costs of the copies for that year. Computer software, this is exciting for me, 6402. We had put $600 in the budget last year for QuickBooks because that was what we were looking at. If we didn't need that this year because we've been holding off to see as long as we can use it. They're switching to an online. And so it was 600 last year. Oh my goodness, it's over $1,000 now. And we were like, it's unsustainable for us.
I understand through some conversations with some of the businesses and through the chamber and so forth, that this is coming up. And even a lot of the nonprofits have used QuickBooks as well too.
Yep.
And everybody's being hit by this. And a lot of them are opting just to go ahead and not subscribe anymore.
Yeah. So we use QuickBooks for our 4-H finances. And so across the state, all 87 counties, that's how we do our taxes, how we do everything. And so we searched and searched and searched. We found a company called TechSoup, and they help nonprofits get QuickBooks and other software like that for a much reduced cost. So we have $100 a year.
Thank you.
I mean, like, we were so excited about that. So that is a savings of $500 this year for us. So very happy about that. Books and publications, we're just keeping $100 in there in case we have a need. We haven't used it very much in the past at all in the last 5 years. And then equipment too. We are well set up out at the new building. We have, I think, everything that we need. It is beautiful. It is working really well for us. And so I just put 500 just as a placekeeper. I do not anticipate we'll have a need in that. So those are the increases and the decreases. Our budget, 243,310 is 14% up from last year, but the actual MOA is 22% up. So we've got a little bit reduced on the overall total. So do you have the MOA in front of you or not? Okay.
No.
Okay. So, and how many of you heard this at AMC district meeting? No? No?
I
Okay.
missed the meeting.
Okay.
Sorry.
So I'm gonna kind of talk through it without you having it in front of you, but it's the 3-year agreement. All 87 counties are asked to sign the same agreement. And it comes from the AMC has an extension committee. They have a budget committee. Gary Overgaard sits on that committee. And so they meet with extension CEO, CFO, and Kaya, my supervisor, and they come up with the terms of this agreement. We've been doing this for 20 years, so it's not a new thing. And they went a while ago to 3 years, which is really nice. And we don't have to come and negotiate and ask for approval every year. So it's kind of nice. Okay, so the agreement spells out what the university is responsible for and what the county is responsible for. And so you probably have it in your packet next week and you can look, but there's two paragraphs, number 3 and number 4. Number 3 says the university is going to hire, schedule, pay, and evaluate our staff. We are going to provide supervision, staff development, performance management. We provide program leadership. We take care of risk management and contract management. We take care of payroll, accounting services, and their travel. So all of that is in the paragraph for what the university provides. And then the next paragraph 4 is what the county agrees to provide. And you provide support staff, and that is the Macy position that we have. And then things like office space, office furnishings, computers, technology, that kind of stuff. So, and we have a great arrangement here. Like we have everything we need to do our jobs. After the 5-page, just kind of general overview is what we call Exhibit A, and that is specific to your county, what your county is investing in. And when you see 100,000 there for the 4-H educator, that is not salary. That is the package price, and that includes the salary and the fringe, which you know is going up, and it's about 37% is the fringe. And then it covers all the travel. So all of that we took out of the budget, we cover that in the MOA, and then the professional development. So all of the training. So that's a package price. And for either one of those educators, ag or 4-H, it's $100,000 for 2025. In 2026 and 27, there's a 3% increase, 3% increase. This amount was increased to catch up with the lag. And so when we've been in this 3-year MOA now, costs have gone up, and we use the COLAs that counties are doing. We use the CPI, we use all of that. And all of that has been going up much more rapidly than when we negotiated 3 years ago and we had 2% increase and 2% increase. And the counties have been giving, we use that data from all of you, and some were giving 10 and some were giving 8. And so we are behind the curve, and this is just our coming up to what we need to do. This will allow us to increase the starting pay of our educators. And also we're doing a job study this fall, which looks at the current salaries of our educators and how we can adjust those up. So the costs that we're collecting here will allow us to be able to do that. So the full-time ag package is 100, but we're paying 40% of that because we share, Melissa, with Murray County. They pay 60%, we pay 40%. So that's why that's reduced. And then we have Brandy full-time, and that's 100,000 for her package. And then those, there's a table also which just lists out what the interns get. And then we also have Brody Wright, who is a SNAP Ed educator. He's a grant funded position, so we don't pay anything for him. He has office space. I don't think he even uses very much support staff time, but we allow him to work in the county from our building. He's shared also with Lyon County, so he has an office in the county as well. So then the rest of the exhibits, we have program deliverables. So it says when you invest in a youth development educator or an ag educator, here's what you can expect to get. So that's just that commissioners on that extension committee said, we want that. We want that in writing. And so we've done that in Exhibit B. Exhibit C, we give technology recommendations, like what we need in the office to do our work. And we have more than that here. So we are, but it's the same for all 87 counties. So we just need to lay out, this is what we need to do our work. And then we have example job description for the support staff. No matter if some counties have the university hire that position, here we have the county hire, but no matter who's hiring them, we need these things out of this position. And so that just lays that out there. The rest of it is kind of org charts. It just shares the chain of command. So if you have an issue with any of your educators, you know who you can contact if it's something that I can't help with. So that's the MOA. We need board approval for that. And so that's what we had talked about next week. I've been going around. I've got 5 out of 5 so far. So I'm happy to say they've all been supportive and have asked good questions, but I think people understand that there's some catch up needed. We've also had a lot of turnover in these positions. And so hiring is expensive, and commissioners on the committee wanted to keep good quality people. And in order to do that, we needed to increase. So I would love if anyone has questions that we can answer those, or the CEC was able to look at this and they recommended it to the board. So that helps to know that we have their recommendation. Of course, they don't have any power to approve it, but they can recommend it. So they've done that.
You mentioned ACE, and I realize anonymous, but yet you're sharing the copy or so forth. So that's equitable. That's all good.
Yep.
And that relationship, I assume, is really melded well together. There's a terrific person there as well too. We're very fortunate.
Everything about the move is
Mhm.
wonderful.
Good. I'm so glad.
It's really, we're so thankful for what you invested in the building because it's serving very well. Yeah.
Can you tell me why my tomatoes aren't getting ripe? I know she could.
The weather.
It's the wet. I know. Everything's a
Wet,
month
dry,
behind.
hot, cold.
It's all a month behind this year. No, I really appreciate the job that you guys are doing, and I'm just happy that this all come together so nicely.
You changed the name of Master Gardeners yet?
You've read about that. Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening. They,
Can't
you know,
believe that.
they've tried to, do that and it's stayed. So that's gonna end up,
Trying to kill that word.
and we have master naturalists too.
I'm a master electrician.
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah.
Speaking of the gardeners group, you know that through Health Human Services through SHIP, we got a grow. And we have got it installed now at the senior food shelf. And I feel terrible that we're not using it yet. In fact, I just placed a call to the company yesterday because when they brought it down here, they said that they would going. Well, of course, it took all winter to get it actually installed there, and now. So I left a message with them. I haven't heard back from him down here to actually train us.
Yeah.
And I've talked to Roger Raschke, of course, at the food shelf about volunteers there. And also maybe perhaps somebody from the Master Gardeners group might want to get involved as well too. So I should got some ideas if they want to get involved too.
They've got a great group. They like to be active. They like to do things together.
And this is kind of unique, you know, the indoor hydroponics, that how it's pronounced, growing the vegetables and so forth. I'll reach out to them.
Good, good. Glad you brought that up.
Pull them into the group too.
Good.
Anybody else have any questions, comments for Bonnie?
Bonnie, just please forward me another copy of the agreement, so I'm ready for
Yep,
Tuesday.
I
That'd
will.
be
And
great.
can I give you a paper copy? for
Absolutely,
signature?
perfect. That'll be great.
Electronic copy, so it's in the packet. So thank you again for your support. It,
Thank you.
again, like listening to Jeff, it just makes it even more real.
Right.
So we'll see you next week then. Is that the plan?
Yep.
Or a couple weeks when you come
Nope,
back?
27th.
27th.
Well, right, but so I was scheduled for my Wattenwan board meeting on the.
Oh, we'll do the 10th then.
Well, is it okay if you bring it forward without me
Yeah, I'll
there?
bring it forward, yeah.
All right, so we'll bring it forward. If you have questions, if you need me, like we can
Okay.
postpone it. But that was, it's a little hard with 10 because they're doubling up. There's only
Yep.
so many
It's hard.
Tuesdays.
You
And I
can't be two places at once.
we can change that one. Nope, this is it.
Yeah, no, this works fine.
Can't change,
Looks
can't
like
start
here.
changing things because that just messes up everybody then.
Guys, so
Yeah,
much.
thank you.
Okay.
Doug and I heard the first pitch when we were at the AMC meeting over east at the winery when we had that. So we heard it there when they brought it forward anyway, so.
Speed as well.
20%,
It all makes sense.
20% over 3 years is,
Gotcha.
yeah, it's,
Yeah,
doesn't,
it's catch up.
sounds bad with 20%, but it's over
Mm,
3 years, so.
Just like salaries, last year here, I mean, it's catch up.
You got some more for us, Steve?
Oh, yeah. Continue on. Let's see. All right, let's go to my next one is travel management. Which is page 11.
Just a side note on the page numbers.
Are yours not matching up?
No, that's,
Very
it's a great
nice.
idea.
The whole booklet. Steve, thank you for
Yeah,
that.
you're welcome.
We had a Plum Creek meeting last night that I had a stack of papers and we started off with that. And we had 17 things on the agenda, but they had them all, every page that was a handout had an agenda number on the top of it. So we could follow along.
Oh, yeah.
So that was the first time they did that and I was complimented the girl on that. It's just in case you get mixed up.
Yeah, so travel management, as far as what I've got there is just basically maintaining our two vehicles, the 2019 and the 22 Equinox. And that's on page 11. So it's obviously maintenance repair is exactly what it is. Oil, tires, that type of thing. I just put $100 of anything miscellaneous. We don't fuel up the highway department. We use the WEX cards so that they can fuel up anywhere. And we still get discounted for the fuel tax too. So makes it very easy to do that. So all I've got on there is basically maintenance repair, miscellaneous, and fuel. So,
How are you setting for age of the vehicles and things like that? Good for another year?
oh yeah, the 19 is basically used primarily by the assessor's office now to go do their viewing and all of that. And that vehicle's got about 40-some thousand on it. And the 22 has got like 17,000 on it maybe. So we're in good shape with vehicles. No reason to get rid of anything, or I don't think we need to add another one to the fleet at this time either. So no reason to. So that one's pretty basic and pretty straightforward unless you have any questions or comments on that. Things run differently.
Looks good.
See here. Check that up.
Is the highway mechanic up to speed? Can he do some of these oil changes or?
I imagine he could. We have just taken it to Dolls just so they don't have, they're sometimes kind of busy out there, just,
Well, if they're get fully staffed again, then there's time.
yeah, then yeah. They'll just bill us for it too. So yeah, we can certainly do that as well. As long as they've got the time to do it. So,
Oh, yeah, used to do it all.
oh yeah.
Used to do the sheriff's department also.
I like utilizing our own people for,
So the money stays.
plus I just think it gets more attention as well too. It's more of a personal investment when we got.
All right. Next one is, county administrator, that's on 14. We do, just for information, when you're looking at that, we do run the passport, income and passport expenses out of the administrator's budget, just the way it's been set up, and it works just fine. So we take estimated, this depends on the year. In 23, we took in almost, 12,700, and I never know how many you're gonna get because you don't know how many you're gonna door.
No,
So it's
yeah.
just like, we just take what we've got. So in this year, we're, for the first, when I did this in August, we're up to 4530. So, we were down a little bit there, but that can pick up by the end of the year, so you never know. So I just leave it the same every year. About 10,000 we'll take in. And then expenses we have are things like postage is primarily it. We have expenses for the camera system. We have to buy the Mylar film to take the pictures and all that. So we've got those we have to pay. So and we did end up having to buy a new tablet this year. So we did have some expenses on it. Because the last one shelled out in 23. So that's why we had a lot of expenses there. So, but it's working a lot better now. And we also had to buy a new camera too. The camera shelled out too. So we had printer problems and camera issues as well. So we upgraded those. So.
But it's pretty much, it's a wash, money.
It is,
money
it
out.
is. And, we're already here. So we've got, Bridget is primarily the primary one on it. And Bridget, Bill, and myself are passport agents. I've got Ryan and Carrie at passport agent training today, as a matter of fact, in Sioux Falls, because it was nice and close. When I had to do it, I had to run up practically up by the Metro to do mine a few years ago when they had a in-person one. In-person ones are so good because you get to talk to people and learn from them. And now when we do, at the end of the year, last year, we had to do it all on the computer and it's just horrible.
And it's best to call for an appointment.
Always call for, do not walk in to his.
I've had people ask me.
Yeah, we requested, we make appointments. So they just call the passport line and it gets answered and we get appointments. Depending on the day, generally, we don't do passports on Thursdays. It's just so busy around here, so.
Is there an information sheet that they can fill out?
Yeah, they can take
online
stuff,
before-
you can do it online, you can fill out your whole application online. One of the issues are having is, we do have language barriers, primarily Spanish. And we did find, Bill showed me yesterday, there's a device that looks like a cell phone that's what you would call, if you watched a Star Trek movie or something, a universal translator.
Yeah.
Where you hold it up and it's like a phone and it will listen to what they say and then print it out in English, so we know what we're talking about. So it was $350, so I told Bill to order one.
There's apps on phones that do the same thing.
Yeah, this one's a little bit more sophisticated than that,
Yeah.
and the Sheriff's Department wants to get one too as well, so we're gonna get one in here and try it out and see if they work right, but anything to help us, cause
That's a
it's
good-
really,
good thing.
it's really confusing. It's hard.
With the time expended then by our people, and you kind of track that and you offset, you take some of the income from
No.
passports and
No,
try
we're
to
just-
offset the labor.
no.
That's just,
No, it's just,
It absorbs.
we're here anyway, so it's like, it's just, it's be too much to try to figure it out. so.
especially now you're gonna have 6 of you doing it.
Yeah, so we got extra help doing it too, which will be nice, so. It's not busy all the time either. I mean, there are days that nobody calls and there's days we have 4, so it's like, or 6, you never know.
We have 3 current, we got 2 in training. Does that make
Yep.
6?
Yeah.
Never mind.
Oh, 5, excuse me.
I'm jabbing Dan and he doesn't notice. It's no fun if he doesn't notice.
Fine.
Yeah, 5.
No, because I thought we had another one other than, so yeah,
Yeah.
I
Bill,
rounded it out.
Bill, Bridget, and me, and then Ryan and Carrie.
Right.
We are doing budget now.
There were 3.
We're numbered.
So, but other than that, as far as anything else on administrator is basically salaries, insurance and benefits. Basically on single coverage with the county here and I'm on PERA. So I've got that with going in that as well. Telephone and cell phone, that is landline and the cell phone that I carry with me. So that's costs for that are listed there, and internet is a little bit what Bill charges is back. Dues and subscriptions are for my MACA, is like AMC and that type of thing. I have MACA dues. Training and registration fees, basically conferences and meetings and things like that. I go to AMC conference, I go to the MACA conference. I didn't go to the MACA conference in Duluth this summer. It was too far away and I had too many things going on here, so trying to get Gary trained in, so I just decided it was not worth my time to go up there. And such a long drive for like a day and a half. It was like driving to Duluth is just like going to another state, so. And just increased a little bit on the lodging and the meal expenses, because those costs are increasing. And rentals and service agreements, not too much on that, just we pay a little bit out of my budget to the copier that we share in Bill's office, helps pays for some of that. Office supplies, just anything I need there, and that's about it. So main drivers of my budget are salary and wage. Salary and benefits, excuse me, on that. And just for your information, remember that since we did a new contract, that there were no increases in steps in 24. Everything was frozen. So in 25, there will be, if they're all employees are eligible, if they're eligible for a step, there'll be a step on the pay plan too, along with the 4% increase. So it's about 2.75 between steps is where we're at for percentages across the board. So next year, I'm not maxed out or anything like that, so there would be the salary increase of 4% plus a step increase if the board approved my valuation next year. So other than that, that's about it. So it'd be about a $10,000 increase over 24's budget.
Thank you.
So any questions?
Appreciate the work you do, Steve.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I enjoy what I'm doing. I enjoy working with you and the departments. This is,
Having Carrie on
enjoy it.
board now.
Oh my
you're not
gosh,
wearing
it's-
two hats at once now anymore. And
not as much. It's like hat and a half.
that's right. It's still in the learning curve there for
Yep,
Carrie.
so helping her a lot.
Hat and a
She's
half.
working. And she's getting a lot of help with auditor's office, auditor treasurer's office with Amanda and Sandy and April and all that. So she's learning it. And she makes the comments at the meetings about the AS400. That is totally a foreign process for anybody that has never used it. And it's like another language, to be honest. And it's not user friendly. It's very painful.
And as you know, at the hospital, we just changed over this other payroll plan
Yeah.
or a program, I should say.
Yeah.
Is that something that would be?
We won't be able to do theirs. I think they're using, it's Workspace, I think it is, something like that, but
Something like
it's
that.
it's very expensive and we're looking at another one. So we're gonna be investigating a HRIS, human resources system here with payroll in it too. And try to do less with the AS400 and bring all the elements of HR for the hiring, the onboarding and everything and payroll into one big system. It would be really helpful. Carrie's very used to doing that type of a system in her other jobs where it's all one system. And, you know, this AS400 and trying to make that work and enter stuff in the AS400 that Sandy does upstairs. There's a lot of duplication and it's not, the AS400, to be frank, is not user friendly. So it's like back
Is
in.
that just an old system that we just keep using or is that?
Well, we will still need to use AS400 because this is everything that we do here. All our finances
Okay.
is running through that.
Okay.
So anything we get, we'll have to mesh through it and be able to push all the data back into the IFS system, which is part of the AS400. So it's in there. And this is a CPT program we're using now, and we're using CPT's payroll at this point too, and their timesheet and all that. And it's just not the best that's out there. We can do better and make it
Is
easier for
CPT
all of us to use.
Are they looking at perhaps upgrading their payroll program? Is that a possibility?
I don't know. I have no idea if they are or not. So, but that's kind of where we're at on that. Next one, I got human resources on there too, which is, where I do that? That would be 19. On that one, we've got some changes you can add into there. That's again, page 19. When I didn't have everybody's salaries when I was doing the budget, so you're seeing a bunch of zeros in there. So under 6101 salaries regular, you can pencil in 95,616 per salary. 95,616. Under insurances, you can add 18,940 on that line, the 6151. Under 6161 PERA, add 7,200. On 6174 Social Security, put in 6,000. And 6175 Medicare, put in 1,400. So, and some of these you're gonna see when we go through them, I didn't have the payroll stuff ready when we got this printed out, so that will change on the page 20, the bottom line. Expenditures will be 145,231 with no revenue, so the net would be 145,231. So. And a lot of her other ancillary budget stuff, printing, publish, advertising, that's obviously advertising for job postings, things like that go in the papers. It's not getting any cheaper to publish in the papers, but we do utilize our two primary papers in the county for advertising. Believe it or not, people do read the Free Star and the Enterprise and the Star in this area.
Yeah.
And we also do use NeoGov for online. So everything that you would look at is we put it on the ads too. You go to our website and it takes you right to NeoGov to apply. So we're not really, very rarely are we taking a paper application anymore.
There's some people
online
that really
services.
need one or, you know, that totally doesn't do computer, we will do that, but pushing them to NeoGov is working very well.
That should be maybe hopefully a little less this year. I mean, we're closer to fully staffed than we were last
Yeah.
year, by a long ways, I think.
Yeah, we've had a lot of turnover and Carrie just mentioned at the last meeting that we're losing one from the jail dispatch, so they're already advertising for that.
But you had like, how many go through the highway department? Now that's getting close, I think.
We're getting
to fully
close. We're still
staffed.
down one maintenance worker, yeah, so
So anyway, that's.
Yeah,
improving,
hopefully.
so.
we'd like to say that it'll stay this way and it's.
Oh, you don't know. I get that,
Exactly, but,
yeah.
and then like, Casey said they're losing Heather, she's moving away, so they'll have to advertise for that too, so.
Yeah.
It's just a constant influx, it seems like, of what's going on. So, and she pays, dues and subscriptions to the macrame, which is the Minnesota County Human Resources Professionals Association, just like I have MACA and AMC and all that, so that's her dues and subscription for that. Put in 1,500 for her to go to trainings and registration. We want her to make sure she's learning what's going on here as well. Professional services, those are generally in HR's realm of legal assistance, human resources, legal assistance. And we use Madden, Galanter and Hanson for our HR legal, and also helping with our negotiations for contracts too. And they work with us when we do negotiations. They're either here in person or on Zoom, so it's very helpful to have. We need to have those legal people with us.
Do they
Our
do the
county
back,
attorney does a great job with what he does, but he's not an HR legal professional, and there's a lot of.
do they do
complicated stuff.
background checks too? Which,
We have a different company. We have a company that does background checks
Okay.
too, that does that. Vault is the company that does our background checks. And also have, not generally for hers, they'll go to the other budgets, but highway department has to pay for when they have random testing.
Yeah.
Oh, drug
They
testing.
come out quarterly, random drug alcohol testing that roll out every quarter, but those get billed out to highway for those costs.
Back to the job listings as well too, recruiting. We had used someone, we were dealing with openings and smock and so forth, but they charged us per applicant. Some of those applicants were not even viable. Do we use any of those? I didn't think so.
No,
That was really a waste of money.
no, we don't do it. We just
Can't
advertise
remember
on
the
our
name
own.
of, there's a couple of different names of them that we'd used. Things.
I think if you were doing like, you were trying to do like a headhunter program to get a CEO type of
Yes.
thing, a lot of times they'll use those companies to do that. They're out there as well. But no, not for what we're doing here for the rank and file, what we're trying to do, so. Mileage, meals, lodging, just the costs involved, so. And some office supplies and things like that. She's also painting her office now too. If you stop, she's got the grays on the wall. She hasn't got the other part of it done yet, so. And just, I did my office when I moved into
Yeah.
it. It was time for a change. So, and she's doing it herself, and I said,
Well,
we'll buy the.
we'll bear the pain.
brushes,
That's
we Put the
exactly
labor
right.
on it, so.
Very nice. You know, the ladies upstairs did that as well too.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Very
So
nice.
people do take good care of their offices and systems and all that, so. Any questions on that, gentlemen?
Nope.
Countywide transportation should take all of about a minute. Not much going on there unless Dan has something more to talk about that. That's on page 52.
Best. Then I'm on a transportation subcommittee up there too, and they've been talking about some of this healthcare transportation, and it just blows my mind, the money involved in those things.
It's like computer software, right, Dan?
Yep.
Only thing I'd bring really forward on this one, as far as building rents go, is you notice a decrease in there. We moved them to Renee's office and moved Renee to their office, so we dropped their rent down to about $400 a month. So that's about it that's our income. And then there is no grant, there is no funding that we have to pay for a bus coming up. We are good for several years on that yet. As we talked yesterday at the meeting, we should be good. And we may not even have to pay if they're getting their good state grant. So hopefully might not be able to do it. I don't know if they're we just got a brand new bus, two.
We got
We
three.
got three new
actually.
buses. Yeah, we saw one yesterday. They're really nice.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Very nice.
I missed a lot yesterday.
Yes, you did. Met a couple drivers even.
Yep.
So it's good to touch base with them, thank them for their service.
They're getting some decent funding from the state for
They like, the
systems.
drivers like the buses too, I asked them.
Yes, yeah. They're Ford chassis. The seats are, most of them are movable, so they can do
Good.
adaptive seating for more wheelchairs or more riders. And Rick did say that when they're hauling kids for school and stuff, all the seats are full. I mean, one of them's, I think there's 18 passenger one.
Are these a little smaller than?
No, these are ones with dualies on them too. These are the bigger
Same
ones.
size?
They're talking about getting
I
some
thought they
smaller
were
ones,
talking about smaller. ones.
Yeah, they are talking about it.
Okay.
but then you don't need a CDL either if it's
Right.
smaller.
Well, you
That would be the
passenger-
benefit of that.
Where do you need, you need a passenger license, so don't you?
And a health card.
Yeah.
That's, you don't need a CDL. For these other ones, you need a CDL.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is hard to get.
Yeah. Inexpensive as well, so. But like I said, on transit, nothing other than our building rent, so. And again, we talked already about them moving, which are looking at a possible 2027 move. So,
Moving or building?
Building.
Building.
New
in
building.
27. Oh, building in 27?
yeah,
Yeah, so then that's a whole year
yeah,
to build, right?
yeah, I don't know if,
They're applying for the grant that has to be done by the end of September. That's
Yeah.
why.
The grant.
yeah,
It isn't gonna be awarded for 2 years, but you can
Right.
apply now.
yeah.
Smock is still trying to get grants for Head Start out there.
Are they?
And it just takes
Mm.
forever.
Hey, let's see.
Yeah, Nick said that the meeting schedule, I let him know that, the third Wednesday doesn't work for me. That they'll go back to the regular routine again, the regular, they won't have it. Scheduled for
Oh, okay.
yesterday was.
Typically on Monday then?
Usually they've been on. Look, I think historically they're on Mondays, I don't remember why it was that Nick had to bump it this time.
That's the transit meeting you're talking about?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Next transit meeting will be in person and Zoom as well.
23rd of October.
Yeah.
Where do you have them at?
At the EMS building.
Here in town, okay.
Yeah,
Nick comes down from Marshall.
October 3rd, you said?
23rd.
23rd. Well, that's Wednesday again. At least it's the fourth Wednesday and not the third Wednesday, so I can, third Wednesday is always health and services.
Yeah.
You have a time on that?
Same time, 10 o'clock.
Okay.
Next one is coroner, page 65. Still using, obviously, our elected county coroner, Dr. Christensen, and then he has appointed the physicians at the hospital to be assistant coroners as well. So, and they are able to go out and assist law enforcement when there's a deceased person. And then their general fees are, call-out fees are like $250 per time. I don't know why they haven't billed us yet for this year, but I don't know what they're holding on to, but I haven't gotten any bills from yet, but I figure I'm just gonna leave it the way it is, same as I had last year, so.
Has Dr. Christensen been in the area to do it, or has he been,
I can't tell you that, I don't know.
and is he's not on the ballot this year, is his, how many years is that term? 'Cause he-
4.
4.
How is that again, Steve? The autopsy services, is that just?
Autopsy
is that a
service-
Salary?
Autopsy services are when we send a deceased person for an
But
autopsy.
these aren't all for sure. it goes by how many you have or?
They're not everybody requires an autopsy either.
No,
These
but I
are,
mean, these costs are variable
yes,
because if you
It's-
have
it's
one
how
or
many?
10. or-
right, yeah,
Yeah,
we don't know.
okay.
That's what we don't,
Okay.
yeah, the issue is how many we're gonna have during a year
Hopefully. not
that
very many.
require autopsies. I mean,
Yeah.
anything questionable death, you know, obviously they're gonna get an autopsy and they send them, they have to go to the St. Paul now.
Say they don't do them here, right?
No.
Could
Body
be,
has to
could
go.
be zero, could be a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. It's just like, kind of looking at past history,
Yeah, no, I.
is what we got, so.
Yeah, take a guess.
And your coroner call out fees are the same. Those, basically, if there's any deceased person, a coroner call out generally goes to make a determination whether it's suspicious or what they
Yeah.
feel is natural.
Okay.
And then they determine at that point if there's going to be a autopsy or not, or whatever, so,
Okay.
The ambulance people make that call?
no. Law enforcement.
Law enforcement does. Okay.
Most of the time, if the deputies get there first and there's a deceased person and there's no, you know, life-saving maneuvers to be done, they will cancel the ambulance and put in the call to the coroner. So then it's up to them. Coroner and law enforcement are the ones, and they don't leave until the coroner or they talk to them on the phone and give me an explanation. Yeah, it's okay. You can go ahead and, you know, take the body to Hartquist's or whatever. That's where they generally go, and Hartquist will bring their hearse and their staff and come and pick up the deceased and then take them to their facility over here.
If law enforcement says they're deceased, then Harquist would pick them up?
The coroner's called. Law
Right,
enforcement,
but then
coroner,
Harquist would
Hartquist.
pick up, there'd be no ambulance service.
No.
right? Okay.
Ambulance basically don't pick up dead people, right?
No. Not unless they're doing, you know,
Obviously, yes.
life-saving procedures on their way in, you know, if there's a sudden cardiac arrest type of thing and you're trying to revive them.
Yep.
Then, of course, that's a different story, but
Organ donor. Is that?
no, that's between family and the mortuary and that type of thing. But, you know, it's usually a couple, 3 times a year, there's an autopsy and they have to send the body away too. So I wouldn't recommend changing it at all here, so it's just one of the things we have to do. Community health is the next one I've got. Community health, page 83. Thank you. Moving forward. At least I'm trying to go in numerical order, so.
We'd hate to be that organized.
This-
We'd hate to be that organized.
So this, I basically am using what I don't know if Dan's got any more information, but I used $1 per capita increase. And I pretty much estimated our population at 9,300, so I added $9,300 to the community health budget.
Yep, that sounds right.
Whether it might fluctuate a little bit based on what population number they used, but I used the last one that I got from the state demographer, so.
I think that's what they had on the sheet yesterday.
Well, I've got the information, I didn't bring it.
Yeah, I think it was 9,300, yeah.
Yeah.
And Nancy or one of the gals over there will be sending me a sheet that has here's your levy for
Right.
Health and Human Services, and here's your levy for community health, so.
Yep.
And for, Health and Human Services, we did 6% on that is where I started with that. Yeah. So I don't think, nothing to discuss there, so we're at the number, if you want to jot it in there. I was estimating 134,292, but it's now 143,592 based on the population. So what we had last year too. So that's what they're figuring was gonna be, 143,592. Good with that?
Yep.
All right, next one is, and that will change culture, recreation. Let's flip the page to 84. What's going on here is the little bit of per diems for going to, if we had any people going to meetings, used to have like, Mick Myers going to meetings and things like that. I don't know, we're getting not a whole lot of that going on anymore. I think we have anybody going anywhere right now, or they're doing everything by Zoom and they don't have to go anywhere. I don't know. So we're not spending a lot of money, John, money on per diems and mileage at this point.
I think wasn't that like Southwest Travel and Tourism? I
Yep,
think was
pretty
the one
much.
that- I think that Erica is picking up those responsibilities now. And I don't know if she hasn't been billing us for that. For her travel.
Yeah, cause unless she doesn't want to try to do it, wants to do it out of her budget or something too. If we're not gonna use them, I'll zero them out, but
Maybe she's. I don't know, make sure that she's even aware that that's a possibility for her. She might not realize that.
okay, I'll let her know. No,
The Memorial Day expense appropriation, it's been 250.
yep.
Did you got 3,000 on the budget?
Yep, the state actually agreed to increase that. That was by state statute. It could only be like $300. It was a very minimal amount. Renee brought some information to us. And she can talk about it when she comes in and does her VSO. But we talked to her that we can spend and actually appropriate more to the legions in the county to help with those Memorial Day expenses that they do. So she recommended that we increase it. It was basically, you can only pay them like $50 or whatever it was, and now they increased it. So the state increased it so we could add more.
You think
So
you're gonna use more or?
I don't think when she comes in, we can talk to her a little more about that. I know she's
Okay.
got some planning on that, so just
Okay.
put a note by that, so just put Renee by it, so she can,
Okay.
we'll have her talk about that this afternoon when she comes in, so. But I just put that in as a placeholder because they did authorize it, and $50 for their Memorial Day projects and work that they do doesn't do anything hardly. It's like, we were giving them the max at 50.
The Historical Society appropriation, is that just a percentage raise or what is?
That is, at this point, they have not come in yet. She'll be coming in at our meeting,
Okay.
but I just put that as a placeholder of 55.
All right.
Goes up a little bit. So,
Back up to Memorial Day a minute. Edgerton has got a project going right now for a Civil War memorial that has been falling into disrepair, and they're repairing it and gonna replant it. And it's up to $6,000. They got just, they're only short $100, I think, a couple $100 now for that. But they would probably wanna, right now they got 24 crosses and there's gonna be 64 at some point in time. Is that an expense that could be in the
sure
memorial?
sounds like it.
I'll bring it up to them guys. They're
Let's bring it up when Renee gets here too. She's got a little more expertise on that at this point anyway. So let's see what
because
she
the
says. I
Edgerton
would
Legion
think,
is getting to be a small group.
I'm sure.
Can't seem to get the young people to join.
Put on here Edgerton project.
We had our Veterans Memorial meeting last night, total so far, what they've got in CDs, I think they're somewhere around 100. Stones, I think they're talking like 300,000 total cost for the stone. They feel comfortable that they got enough now, they can go ahead and place the order for those. The monument company in Sioux Falls, they just want to make sure that if we order these, that we're not committed to the whole 300,000 in case for some reason we continue to raise money. Doesn't launch, we don't want to have.
Come on in.
Well,
Yep.
just,
Come on in.
we're just finishing up another project.
So, but they don't know at this point how the process is gonna be before we actually get that memorial built.
I still haven't seen anything in Edgerton. They call it a Pipestone County Memorial, but it seems to me like it's a Pipestone Memorial. You know, put something in the Edgerton paper. Some of the guys might want their names in there also.
to get that message across. Well, again, let's mention it to Renee when she's here as well. I thought we had some contributions from people wanting to have their name in $33 to individual everything.
I understand that, but not everybody's heard about that.
Yeah, that's a good point. When Renee
Yeah.
comes in, let's ask her.
Well, it's a committee's problem, not Renee's.
Well, yes, no, but Renee is part of the committee is why I'm saying that. And she's the one who keeps track of the names of who's registered. So, yeah, help me remember to ask her.
Okay.
No, Erica's on that committee too, so
Yep.
she's a part of that.
We want to go to Natalie, Steve? or you-
Absolutely. Page 14. Come on up. How are you?
What are you guys?
Great.
Good.
Getting worse as the day goes along. But then you're hearing numbers more.
Right.
That's where all the money's gone.
I didn't make a lot of changes to our budget from last year, actually, just a couple adjustments. Due to I seen that we were predicted to go well over as we did the year before, and that's really electricity and the heating fuel. So I just took an average number times 12. I took the amount that we had, the 1960, divided by the 5 months that we had been charged already times 12, got me
Second,
to.
Natalie, excuse me, page 12.
Yep.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. Just got me to a larger number as we kept going over, and it's predicted to go over again as we're only halfway through the year and we were already over that budget. So I did bump the electricity and heating fuel. Other than that, I have left everything as is from last year.
Maybe missed that, on the electric and the heating. There's quite a difference from 2023, but
Mhm.
how'd you say?
Just a difference because I took the 19,260 that we're currently at, divided by the 5 months that we've been at the time charged times the 12 months. So I got to, just about, sorry, calculation there over here. I got to 46,224. So I just essentially rounded up is what I did. So I just predict those to be higher since we have the last couple of years.
Okay.
And the reason it's higher is that it didn't make any sense to have the jail paying part of it and us over here paying part of it and you paying part of it. So we took the jail out because it's one building.
I see.
So that's why yours is going up. So instead of a
Sure.
third, it's a 50-50 split
Okay.
now.
Gotcha.
So that's why it changed.
Okay.
That's just a change in how we did it here. Just didn't make any sense. Because Tyler says, why am I paying electricity? And we're in the same building. Good point.
Yes.
And actually going back to the history, I don't know why we're doing it for you guys, to be honest with you, just the way it always has been that
Mhm.
you're sharing the cost. I don't know if that's something that you provide the state says, well, that's it's our money anyway, not state money. So it's like,
Exactly.
it really doesn't really matter where it comes from.
Mhm, mhm. Yep, so those are essentially the only two changes I made, just because we've seemed to stay within
Yeah.
where we're at everywhere else, so.
What is the biggest user of electricity up there? Heat?
It's the whole building. Our meters, it's 1 meter. And we just have determined that there was
They
a
get to pay
split.
it?
This, huh?
And they get to pay it?
No, we get to pay it. It's out of their budget. It's
Oh.
our money. They're not paying it. So
It
it's
shows
still
up,
coun-
it
it's still
shows up on
county
their
money.
page.
Yeah, it's still county money. It was just over the years. It's like it was a third. The court paid a third and
Right.
jail paid a third and we paid a third and it's all 1 meter. So, but it's like, it doesn't change anything. So it's not like we don't get a reimbursement from the state for your cost to be here.
Right.
No,
Right.
it's just all us.
Yes,
It's
yes.
Creative bookkeeping, I guess.
Yeah,
I thought they had saunas going up there or something. Thought maybe you had saunas going up.
Actually,
Heat
I'm hoping
lamps.
with our,
that's why our electricity went up too.
yeah, electricity costs go up, but I think we have a much more efficient chiller now and a better efficient system that we're running here. So I'm hoping that costs will remain the same or actually possibly maybe go down a little bit, but as long as Excel keeps increasing the cost, it doesn't seem to wash.
Right, right. Otherwise,
That's about it.
that's it. Short and sweet. All right, thank you, guys.
Anything in law library? Anything on that, on
No,
that one? Anything going on with that?
no, but I was on a meeting earlier today and they're gonna talk about it, but I came here instead. And so I'll have to see what comes out of those minutes, but it sounds like we're actually gonna talk about who even has their law libraries open anymore.
I thought it was required. I thought that they
Yeah.
had access to a book. They can't even just do it like.
Right, so I'm gonna have to do some research on that part to see if it's required for us to keep it open and I can always come back with
That'd be
some.
so nice. That'd be so much more efficient instead of actually have beautiful leather bound books up there that never get opened.
They don't,
And
so.
20 years goes by and they get thrown out, new ones come in, so it.
Well, not only that, the room.
And then.
You use the room for somebody else. something else.
Right.
So it was explained to us that anybody had to have access to those, and if they don't have computer access, they had to have the paper access.
Now everybody's got a phone. It's not like you can't find stuff anymore.
Right,
right?
right, and we do have we do provide self-help centers and computers for the public to use as well. So I mean, if they do need electronic
Mhm.
access, we do have that as well, so. Any other question?
No, and just for the board's information, the law library is outside of the levy. This is a self-funded, so it's not a levy item. Okay, so that's what we call a restricted account. So that is outside the levy. So you can see it's actually, we're currently making $500.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
All right, well, thank you guys.
Thanks, Natalie.
Your day.
thank you. Appreciate you coming in, Natalie. Is this just as fun as Rock County's budget meeting? Or is yours not work?
You one for Rock County.
What?
I know.
Well, I told you, that's what.
I know. Well, we just like to see you because we don't get to see you that
I
often.
don't
So
think you are the
having a
one.
little bit of FaceTime with the board and yeah, it's always good to have you around.
Jamie Reich told me Monday, we were talking about having this. He said, oh, well, we don't do those. He says, just
Who was that?
Jamie Reich, one of the commissioners from Rock
Oh,
County. He says,
oh, Jody.
Excuse me,
Yes.
Jody,
Yeah.
Joey, excuse me.
Yeah, I don't have to go see them.
No.
So,
But yeah, we were talking about it Monday. He says, oh, no, the department heads just submit theirs and we don't.
Yeah.
go over them.
Just have to go, oh, Pipestone County's so old school. They have to
That's
come
right.
down and talk. Good to see me.
So you guys are cousins.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
funny.
our dads were brothers.
Oh,
Mhm.
cool.
There's a lot of us.
Sounds good.
Have a good rest of your day.
Thank
you.
Thanks.
See you later. Shall we continue? Only got, 4 to go.
Sounds great.
Little bit. I got a couple other ones too, but so on senior citizens is on page 86.
Can we go back to, the recreation one that we were talking about before, Historical Society, Art Center.
Culture and Rec, page
Culture and Rec,
84.
84. We didn't
Yep.
really completely finish that, did we? There we go.
Performing Arts Center, I just anticipated they'll ask for the same amount of 2,500.
Yeah.
Historical Society appropriation, I'm estimating somewhere, around 55 for that, but she'll be coming in. I've got Susan from the museum coming in on the September 10th meeting at 10 o'clock, Jody from the library at 11, and then Amanda from the auditor treasurers at 11:30. So that'll finish pretty much everybody up, so. Anything else on that you wanted to look at, Dan?
No,
Tourism appropriation is the same as last time. Explore Minnesota, same as last time. Those all come in a letter form, so I have those in my folder here, so. SMOC appropriation, SMHC, same amount as they were requesting last year as well. And we'll quiz Renee on the Memorial Day expense appropriation, but she wanted to make sure that we put it in as a placeholder, so. We'll just I'll make a question mark by that, Renee.
Okay.
Good with that?
Yep.
Next one is senior citizens on 86. You can delete the 3 ACE accounts there. Those are gonna go bye-bye. We don't need those there anymore since they're taken care of in the building that they're in out there, so. got that taken care of, so. Senior citizen appropriation, Steve Weeds contacted me, asked me what it was. I said we just left it the same as 6,000 and I invited him that you and your people are welcome anytime to come to the board meeting and discuss your appropriation. And he hasn't gotten back to me yet, so I'm just leaving it at that this time. I'm taking no news as good news, so I'm guessing he probably is fine with that. So that's the only thing I've got there. We do a little bit of help with them. Bill does some help with their, a little bit of IT and stuff when they did the move and things. He helped them with that to get them going as well. So we do have some other help with it. But other than that, this goes back to the days where the Senior Citizens Center at the Carnegie Library, the county had the director. We paid the director to be there. So that's why there's a senior citizen service budget. So right now it's just down to an appropriation since that's all changed, so. And we don't have any cost with their director or anything like that anymore. So it's just a flat out appropriation to their organization.
This, even some of the other ones, that certain things must be required that we support, or certain things we just support, or,
This would fall under certain things we support.
yeah.
Yes, not
Okay.
not by law, we are required to. I mean, most of these organizations, we are not required to do it, but we're members of groups and it's social activities and trying to build up, tourism and things like that. And most of the counties around the area all support that, says on a regional level.
Have we ever considered actually being a member of the chamber? I don't believe the county is a member of the chamber.
We never have. I don't
Yeah.
know that that's a possibility to do for that.
Yeah.
That's why I've joined as a personal
Individual. Yeah, as a-
Anyone can do that, so, but joining as a government entity, that's probably not quite
Kosher.
Yeah. Where do we start and where do we stop then? Do we join Edgerton's and Jasper's and join everybody's, which ultimately you'd want to, I would think, so.
Equitable, yes, absolutely.
We gotta try to be as equitable as we can.
Same with the senior citizens appropriation, there's nothing for Edgerton or
No.
Jasper in that either.
No, and this is just, like I said, this just goes back to when, as far as I know, when we were doing it, when we had a cost in it and we have it. And I've always said, or if the board wishes to do an appropriation for other centers as well, we can put that certainly put it in the budget.
Are there individuals from those two?
Cost money to drive to Pipestone. There's not a very strong senior citizen group at all in Edgerton.
Yeah.
We got so many other things that people are involved in that.
Yeah.
Was in Jasper, the old church down there, the Catholic church that was being used at one time. That senior citizens, or was that just library?
No, I don't.
You aren't senior enough to.
But I think.
Oh, yeah, but I don't know.
Or the city hall.
Depends on which side of the street it is, with Rock County or Pipestone County's problem.
I think the senior
Block over.
centers, structural issues with the building, they were gonna have to do some work on it or something.
That's what I thought I had read somewhere as well.
I think it was too, and it's right across the street from Memorial Hall, if I remember right, to the north.
But then I thought.
Oh, yeah, that one, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, there is.
yeah, it's
Well,
there. I think
yeah,
they had
the
to,
same thing as that other building they're fixing. More towards 23 there.
Oh, the old
Was it
hotel.
Baldwin?
oh,
Same kind of thing.
Yeah,
that wasn't the hotel, it was Reclaim Community bought it. They were
Yeah.
working on it now.
Yeah.
that was a hotel at one time way back.
That one, and they got money to fix that,
Yeah.
yeah.
Hiawatha Trails, page 87. Nothing just for your information, this is a money in, money out. There's no county appropriation here. We get a grant from DNR and we pay it to the Hiawatha Snow Blazers Club to maintain the trail. It's a pass through. So that's why it zeroes out. So there is no county levy involved in this at all.
Rats.
No money to be made. no money to be spent. So it's again, just a pass
I
through.
got a couple friends that are totally against trails and stuff like that, so.
Oh, yeah.
I should tell them we got $30,000 we spent on Hiawatha.
Well, it's like, and actually, if you look at 24s, we actually got a little more than that. I just basically leave it the same because it doesn't matter what, one way or another, because it's no cost, it's zeroed out, so it's levy neutral, and we don't have to put anything to it. I think Taylor Thompson and Danielle Thompson are very involved, and I think Taylor
But
drives
then
the.
they could change the amount, of course.
Yeah, they could, but it doesn't affect us,
It's
so.
still in and out, like you said. So,
I
okay.
suppose the only other thing would happen if the state decided not to fund it anymore, and then they'd come to the county and ask, can you help us fund the trail? So we can keep it going, but as long as they've got, so many trails in Minnesota, it wouldn't be very nice of them to, we'll just cancel this one down here. Okay, so then I've got, parks, which is 88. This park is the Wayside Rest on Highway 23. This year, we pay, electricity is for the light. We have Van Dyke's collect the trash there during the summertime. And a little bit of, don't have to do much maintenance and repair anymore in the buildings. If we have to do something to the shed out there, we keep something there. Tim Topman has graciously volunteered to take care of all the grounds maintenance out there. He mows the lawn, picks up the sticks, hauls them away, takes care of that way. And if you ever listen to this, Tim, thank you very much for the work you do out at the Hiawatha Park, or the Wayside Rest Park, Veterans Park. It looks very nice. So.
That was a number of years ago that he stepped up, started doing
Yep.
that, and it is very, very
Yep.
nice.
And that's saved us on paying somebody to go mow it, and he's volunteering to do that, and he's taking care of the flags. He's got donations for the flags and takes care of the flag poles and everything out there too, so it's so I was pretty much not spending a whole lot of money out there, so I just kind of leave it at that in case. The Casey Jones Trail appropriation is on there as well, so that's the only thing on his that is a levy item on that, so. And
That go to the state? That
No, that's,
Casey Jones?
that's
or-
that Casey Jones group that we've got here that
or
we're,
What is that used
local
for
group.
then? What do they use that money for?
advocating, some lobbying efforts and so forth. Also, not maintenance so much because the state
No,
parks.
we
is
know
what-
not maintenance.
That's right, state parks. In fact, they're gonna have their annual meeting coming up here on the 8th, I believe it is September 8th. They're gonna have a ribbon cutting over at Woodstock, and then they're gonna ride bikes from Woodstock then to the trailhead here in Pipestone Sunday afternoon, and we're gonna have a hamburger feed there.
Is the state using the trailhead for parking for their?
Oh, that's the other interesting thing, doing this hamburger feed we're gonna have. Because DNR owns the parking lot, we cannot prepare
They're
the
using it.
food there.
Oh, and they're
We have to
using
make
it.
sure that we're on the south side of those rock borders between that and the parking lot of the elevator.
So on the elevator property then?
Yeah, we can cook on the elevator property, we can't cook on the DNR property.
the elevator okay with that?
I don't think anybody's asked them. Isn't that, it's just mind boggling sometimes.
Well, on the 23, they're really going to town on that. I met 11 trucks from the corner of Turnage Edge and.
Overlay.
We were both on it yesterday.
Yes, yeah,
And we were both late too.
that's right.
Are they allowing traffic?
Phil road on the way back then?
I turned at Holland,
Okay.
Yeah. down to the landfill
Yeah,
road.
yeah.
Are they allowing traffic on 23 or not?
Are they wet?
Yes.
Allowing traffic?
Yeah.
Pilot
Oh, yeah.
vehicles.
It's just, you gotta wait 10,
Yeah.
15 minutes or,
Until you get up to Ruth, and then you gotta do the
yeah,
detour.
it's not bad.
In fact, I was surprised how they actually intermingled, because they didn't use the pilot vehicle all the way through. They
No,
actually had
no.
two-way traffic with construction.
It
vehicles.
wasn't real bad. I just didn't allow for it enough time, I guess.
No.
The cities, you always got that excuse. Oh, it's traffic.
I'm about 30 seconds late, so.
Oh,
Don't we have other counties in the trail appropriation too, Murray County, Pipestone County,
yes,
Rock County in it?
Rock is in it. In fact, their chamber director is our chairperson. Oh, wait a second, no, I'm getting.
They advertise this bike ride? I didn't see anything on it. Did
Pardon?
they advertise that bike ride? I didn't see anything on it.
I'll have to ask Myron Coots.
When is that? Dan?
September 8th, Sunday. I double check my calendar.
If they didn't, they should,
They should,
because nobody knows about it.
the ribbon cutting. Yeah, September 8th, 2 o'clock. They're gonna start over there at the ribbon cutting in Woodstock.
Starting where?
At Woodstock.
Oh, just at Woodstock.
Yeah, they're gonna do the ribbon cutting there for that last 2 miles that just got finished up. And then they're gonna ride bike back this
Not
way.
from Shadak.
No, not from Tech. In fact, that's my 12:30 Zoom call is Casey Jones, so.
Oh.
I will tell them then that we need more advertising.
Well, I haven't heard about it.
No.
Any other questions on that?
And Steve, are you gonna,
Um,
got something left yet?
let's see here. Page 96, economic development. Parks. Okay, a couple things that are going on here. Penciled in, 701 5216 state aid. You want to make a note, affordable housing aid. We'll be getting another $36,428 in coming year. Dan had talked to me a little bit about this and thought that we should maybe hopefully even work with SMOC on this versus
UCAP.
rebuilding Minnesota, that other company for housing aid. This
Yes, because the homeless is.
homeless is
UCAP.
different, yeah. Yeah, so we do have that money coming in, so
These are some programs that SMOC used to take care of years ago, but through changes in attrition with workers there, department heads that had retired and so forth, and then with their previous manager, he hadn't seen the importance in it and he'd let these lapse. So SMOC doesn't do weatherization anymore like they used to.
Right.
They don't do rehabilitation like they used to. And now this whole question about homelessness as well has come up. Whereas UCAP is doing homelessness, and in fact, they had asked us about joining their homelessness group. I checked with Darcy, then our new director at SMOC, and she wants to get this going again. And October is going to be the funding cycle from the state for the homeless funding. So we are going to try to get our act together there to get SMOC back up to speed to take care of the homelessness. And then hopefully eventually also go into, it won't be this year, into going more in the housing aid back to the rehabilitation and the weatherization.
so, yeah, that would be good.
How much money have we got? We've only received one application so far for homelessness. That was like 26,000 or 32,000.
So
This is the money that we have to spend by the end of the year, didn't we?
No,
That's a different.
that's different.
Okay.
This is the one where I got the first allocation. We sat on it because we didn't know what the
Right.
status was.
Right.
housing aid will run through 28. And in 27 and 28, it drops in half, basically for us.
Both Murray County and Nobles County did allocate their homelessness money to UCAP.
Mhm.
But Rock County has not, and of course, we still got ours. So the hope is that we can get this turned around and get Murray and Nobles to allocate theirs then next cycle to SMOC.
Oh.
It gets so confusing when you
Yeah.
got duplication of
It does,
services.
yeah.
And it's almost like UCAP has been competing against SMOC for a lot of these things.
But there's smog competing with UCAN.
SMOC was there first.
Well,
In fact,
but
going
but they
way
quit,
back,
but they quit doing it.
yes, they did. Yep,
Oh,
yep. But 10 years ago, when UCAP first formed, it was the collaborative of a couple other different, I think it was Heartland, I don't remember the other one was. And SMOC didn't join them because SMOC was physically whole, where these other ones were in death. So we saw no reason for us to go ahead and join. And that's when UCAP got started. And now they're competing for the same services. Same thing with transportation. UCAP does the bus service for Nobles County, but yet SMOC does the bus service for the city of Worthington. It's just, it really is confusing.
we on break.
Recess.
Okay, sounds good.
1 o'clock?
Yep. We're up.
And we're back in session. This is the special meeting of the commissioners for budget items, August 22, 2024. Wayne Drew is presenting before us to.
Page number is
We are
40.
40.
one for buildings and plant. Actually 40.
Yeah, start.
Yeah, starts on 40.
These salaries, again, Steve, would be the 4%.
Yes,
We were talking?
yep,
Okay.
4% in steps.
so the credit back to that from solar funds is 60,000 you're projecting.
Is actual.
That was
62.
62 is actual budget is 60 for next year. So that's terrific.
To be right, same.
Oh, sure.
And as I recall, we had zero investment in that when we started that
Right.
program.
Yeah.
Right, so, yeah. And this must
We
be
just had to
what,
give them the roof to put it on.
this is about the fifth or sixth year that we've had that, you recall?
Let's
The
see.
barn went up in 17 and that's so it probably went on 18.
4 year.
This is the solar rewards that comes off of our electricity bills that we just, every April, they send us a check to offset our electricity bills for our meters.
And we
Fairgrounds too.
still pay directly to XL Energy.
Mhm.
And we don't, it's not one of those third parties where we pay them and they pay XL, we pay XL and we get.
Nope, still pay our
So
bill to
our-
Excel.
Is this where our roof and windows would be in this budget or they were already in the last budget, or I don't remember how that was.
The roof will probably be still last year's.
Last year's budget? Okay. Is the windows included in this one or?
Could be in this one, yeah.
Oh, maintenance and repair.
And it's the blue building you're talking about, roof.
No. This,
Oh, here.
this
Oh,
bill.
excuse me.
We're on
I
this
had
bill.
my head over there at the fairgrounds.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You haven't gotten a start date back from that contractor, have you? You told them we awarded him the contract for the roof.
For the roof,
Yeah,
they're coming middle of September.
so a couple weeks now.
Good. I haven't heard nothing more. Yep.
$200,000 doesn't go very far anymore. For what things cost.
No,
Oh, that don't sound.
It doesn't.
The fares, $1,000 don't.
No, nothing. On that one, we're doing the $94,000 for the windows out here with the sheriff's department, and then what was this, 35 for the skylight? 35 for the
30.
skylights. That's 100 and, 20
Yeah.
plus right there,
Yeah,
so, like I said,
so is that, you got 120, is that in this budget or was that separate? Like the windows, or was that?
It'll come out.
Oh, but we could,
get them done this year out of
I know.
24s, but now we'll just do it out of 25.
the windows will be 25, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
and the skylight though, that'll be 25 too, won't it?
Number
Yeah.
25.
Okay.
But the roofing project is out of 24s. Yeah.
Okay,
And we'll obviously overspend that and it'll just have to come out of reserves.
the roof, yeah.
Yeah.
We have a special building reserve though, don't we?
No,
No?
it's called general revenue.
Okay.
I remember years ago that we had gotten some grant money when Sharon was here, like for the boiler, things like that.
I have tried that. I tried to get a grant for the HVAC system and it's so competitive, we didn't even stand a chance.
Tried for the roof too.
Yep. We tried for the roof
The
and
courthouse.
didn't get anything for that, and so like. I don't know what it takes. Maybe need to know somebody.
Oh, maybe we were looking at two different things, Steve.
What are you looking at? Doug, what page you on?
I was looking at 41. I was looking at maintenance repair for 120, but then I see there is building improvements for 200 on
Right.
42.
Yes,
Yeah.
So the building improvements,
That's where the
that's the
windows-
windows and
Yeah,
good stuff.
windows, roof.
But so the maintenance and repair is just whatever happens to come along, or?
Yep.
So, which is good. We've only spent 5142 out of that so far, so that's a good cushion for the projects. I mean, they can come
Yeah.
out of either one.
Right.
Kind of like Bill has done with IT stuff. You end up moving stuff around, so
Elevator's good.
Elevator.
it better be.
Here. Within the last couple weeks too,
Yeah.
though. Check it out again.
Good.
So good.
Is water in the basement of that elevator shaft a concern, I'd assume?
There wasn't any water in it.
And that's kind of what I'm asking. So you monitor that there, it never's been a problem with water collecting.
It was dry.
Okay, good. Is there a sump hole down there in case
Nope. And it all goes down into the dungeon.
it's lower than that already? Okay, good.
Of the dungeon.
Well, the budget's big, but there's a lot to take care of too, isn't it?
I know you had mentioned, windows in the courthouse itself, especially upstairs on that north side. And Doug and I kind of looked at those one time too. Is there some caulking that can be done as well too, before we get to the point of having to completely replace?
But I know Kevin O'Lander's supposed to be coming, looking at that east side.
But
When
is,
that is.
because those are already thermal panes that are up there. They were put in 30 years ago. I realize you're
80.
getting old,
86, right?
you know. I think it's 86,
No, they were put in with the remodeling of the courthouse.
yeah. So I realize
It was,
they are.
that was in the
Was it the night?
97, 96,
Or maybe it was
97.
96.
It was 96 or.
96.
Well, what he's saying is, the caulk is maybe dried out and
Yeah.
rotten. It maybe just recaulking would fix the water issue up there or something. We don't know. but-
Still
That's-
acknowledging.
The water's coming through the wall someplace.
It's coming through those windows, isn't it, on the third floor?
Oh, it's not coming through the windows. It's above the window. It's
Oh.
coming.
The north windows.
We're talking the north windows, not.
We're not
the
talking about that vent.
Oh, north windows.
North windows.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cause some of the caulk is dried out around. I think those are PVC, aren't they? Windows, anyway,
Yeah, I
the
think so.
sash itself.
Probably.
So I'm just wondering if some of that, if we should maybe take a look at that, just recaulking that before we get to the point of having to replace those
Because
windows.
some of the wood was getting black and
Yep,
starting.
of the oak, yep.
Wayne and I have talked to, we need new windows in the clock tower too.
Yes,
Yeah, that's been mentioned.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I go, it's plexiglass is
Yeah.
problem.
And so it's
Painted.
cloudy and
And
everything else,
No,
with the pigeons and everything else. So is that something that you?
wood is
that you
rotted too.
Would like to try to do in this 25 budget? Did you include some money for that in the budget, or?
We could, I mean. That could come out of either one of them.
That's even something we talked about. You could even,
Yeah.
you know, they have to be custom made anyway. And they don't have to be super energy efficient because we don't heat that area anyway, just weatherproof.
Right.
So it's very possible that our local lumberyards could just go ahead and order us custom made PVC windows for those.
Single pane. you
Think
say.
what? Well, still, I don't think there's much. I don't know if you can get a single pane anymore,
Yeah, you can.
but you don't
You
have to
can.
go with the argon or anything fancy like that. Just quality replacement window.
Gotta obviously match or whatever we're.
That's probably, yeah, it's gotta
whatever,
match.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can get the sash. You can get a 2-piece sash.
yeah, but does that, I mean, I don't even know what's up there without looking, I guess, but
Or wood,
double hung type
Yep.
windows, Oh, okay.
yes.
But I don't think they've got the lattice work in them. I think it's.
No, they don't.
Right,
Big pane of glass.
okay.
For aesthetics, if we want to go with the lattice
Yeah.
insert snap in there,
Wouldn't
that
have
might
to
look pretty
change it or
sharp.
anything, just the same probably. huh? Then, yeah, that'd have to be the maintenance and repair budget
Yep.
part.
And I don't know if that could be, I can't visualize that, if that could be done with scaffolding on the outside, or that would have to have a man lift to get up there to reach those,
Probably get up there with a lift.
you know. Possibly some of that can be done from the inside out too.
Yeah, cause you can stand on the roof,
Mm,
part of it.
yeah.
It'd probably be just the north one.
Anything else you want to tell us about the building and plant?
I've got, one change on 6343 on page 41, rentals and service agreements. It's down for 20. Our John's Controls contract for 25 will be 44,855. We get a little stair step each year, 23, 24, 25. So we got a 3-year contract, but it does have a little escalator in it, right?
Yeah, it does go up.
Yeah, so I increased that from 20,000 to 65. A little more accurate of where we're at with the contract. That includes courthouse, law enforcement center, family services, and EMS. Those are the 3 buildings on the contract. And that's everything except Freon, as I understand it.
Yep. Well, they don't do
Well,
piping and stuff.
right, yeah, but as far as
Maintenance.
maintenance goes, or
Yes.
fixing.
Have they got all the sectioning straightened out? Different zones for temperature, so
Dean's been working on it.
nobody's
Hasn't he,
been
Wayne?
complaining about too hot or too cold.
Yes.
It varies some, but some of it's the thermostats. I mean, when Mike was complaining the other day about his, and I went in and lowered his down, and I haven't heard any complaints since.
Yep. You've been doing
Turning
a
the
good job.
thermostat down. Like when it gets hot and humid, then like for this weekend, I'll shut the outside air off. So we aren't bringing that humidity in.
Mhm.
Like a living, breathing creature.
Big enough it is.
Building is,
The building is.
creatures get old. But yeah, as you know, and we've expressed before, because of the concerns about the zones and so forth and Johnson Controls, just encourage you to be diligent in working with them. And if there's an area like law enforcement where they have issues, you know, don't be afraid to go after them and say, you know, you guys have got to make this right.
We let them know, but yeah, but
Because we're still dealing with that at the hospital as well too. In fact, did you see the emails yesterday at the hospital trying to schedule around the surgery schedule item? And it's just been a mess there too at Johnson. So yes, they are our vendor, but we need to make sure that we stay on top of them.
One good thing is our schedule isn't near as strange as the hospitals.
No.
What they've got.
That's right.
And Dean is very receptive and he's been on it. He was here, what, week or so ago again, talking to you, showing us what was going on
Yep.
too.
How is your new workspace accommodations working out for you? Okay. Would you like to
you
make some
can't, you
changes?
can't get stuff. You don't get any reception in there. I tried sending a text message to Amy for the fair, what they covered
Oh, yeah.
for the grants. I had to go outside to send it. It wouldn't work back in there. It's a dead area.
Do we have other cell phone dead areas in the building? Do we need to look at getting a booster for that? I don't know if there is such a thing. I know
There's
there's
gotta
spots.
be, would think they should. Anything else? Fairgrounds? That out?
What number is that?
44.
Where are we at with the restrooms in the blue building? You told us there'd been some vandalism in there and
Yeah, I'm gonna have to start working on that again, trying to get, it's like pulling teeth trying to get bids for that too, but I think it's gonna be over 100,000, so then we're gonna have to open it up.
have you got kind of a concept or master plan of what you'd like to do with that blue building or?
The bathrooms, well, like poly stalls were cheaper than the metal, but are they gonna stand up in there?
And are you envisioning having, in the men's restroom, having individual commodes versus a trough?
No, it'd be trough.
You stay with the trough.
Be stainless steel troughs. I was looking at glass board on the walls.
Have the rust issue and
Yep. And then the handicap stall has to be bigger, so you lose a stall.
Sure.
That means the floor's gotta be redone then too.
well, I was just gonna ask about the floor, because actually some of that ceramic tiles in kind of tough shape already anyway, so.
The floors don't look real bad, but
No.
it's the walls and stuff are getting there, but
Would you like to see ceramic again? Or are you thinking that we?
I haven't priced out flooring yet, so. That's the only thing I haven't priced out.
Is that just a concrete floor then? or-
No, it's tile.
No, but under that,
Underneath is
I don't know.
concrete.
I imagine it probably is.
so we just have concrete?
That's what I'm wondering, what it would take to take and peel that ceramic tile off of there.
Sand it down and then
You
just
see some of this now, it's so nice.
Coat it.
that just-
put the coating on it.
Yeah,
Yep.
we could do that.
Because with the frost cycles, because that's, you know, even something like laminate plank or anything like that's not gonna stand up to frost. Even the ceramic tile over the years is deteriorating because of frost. So if that's possible to have that all chipped out of there, ground down and then sealed with the epoxy.
Does the bathroom stay heated all winter?
Yes, They are
Oh,
heated.
I thought those throws.
They are heated. That's the furnace. That south part and the office and the bathrooms are heated with a furnace.
Okay,
Then the rest of it's with the hanging.
and speaking of those hanging furnaces, I know one of them is not working at all anymore now.
You gotta keep lighting the pilot. Whenever they open the door, it blows the pilot out.
Hmm.
And that's in the bid too.
Okay.
Replacing that, updating them.
And then what's your plan as far as the walls and the suspended ceiling and stuff like that?
The walls have been fixed some already. They aren't fixed all the way yet, but
Do we want to stay with sheetrock, or would it be feasible to put glass board in there as well?
How much money you got?
yeah, because that glass board adds up. I haven't hit up the baseball association yet either for if they're gonna kick in on that damage again. I don't know. If they don't, if they don't kick in, then maybe we don't put the batting cage back up. I don't
Yeah.
know.
That bathroom model, you said like 100,000, but that's in this budget or is that?
It's kind
where's
of,
that money?
well, there's some money over the years too.
Oh, okay. Did
Hasn't been
you've been budgeting for this? Knowing it's coming up, I guess, but.
How were the numbers for the fair? I didn't make it to the dinner the other night.
They said that JC's Thursday night was our best night ever.
Thursday night or Friday, Saturday night?
Thursday night. They grossed 15,000.
That was their mariachi band.
Oh, that was foreplay. They said Saturday night was only 5. What they said, so. So Saturday night will be, I pretty well break even. We won't be paying them any, they won't be paying us any, but they'll be giving us some Thursday night.
You'd said there'd been a little bit of a scheduling hiccup with the antique tractor pull and all that, and they wanted to move to Sunday, and of course they wouldn't be insured. Has that been worked out going forward, or is that,
I asked them if they were gonna have it and sound like they're not going to.
they never get much of a turnout for it, do they?
Well, we don't make any money on it. It costs us money. We pay for the sleds and stuff. And they're supposed to kick back if they make anything, but they usually don't kick back. But they could run it from 9 to 5 Saturday. Wanted to. That's up to them.
Okay. But didn't they say they needed more time than that?
They say they do, but they don't.
Yep.
They want more time in case they break down, which it could happen.
Have you got entertainment contract yet for next year, or is that still up in the air?
Oh, that's up in the air. We haven't scheduled anything. Egg Olympics will be back for sure.
Big help.
Wednesday, we'll do that because Wednesday's kind of a iffy night, and then we'll do a Latino band on Saturday night because we don't want to do anything with 4-Hers or parents or anything because they leave and don't come back. So the last night of the fair, when 4-Hers leave,
Yep.
if you have something in the grandstand for them, they're tired, they don't come back.
Oh, I see.
So that's why we're gonna stick with Latino band on Saturday night.
Animals gotta be gone by a certain time, but they,
The following day, yeah.
no, Saturday afternoon, animals
Yeah,
have to be gone.
they start leaving at 6 o'clock and
They aren't coming back at 8 o'clock for a concert.
no, they don't come back. And Angel's working on a different band already, so.
I had a lot of people thank me for having a Mexican band.
Yeah.
As,
We're gonna keep doing it.
as a ticket seller. Oh, good.
Yeah.
The Jessica, who was my helper, did a wonderful job again this year, so.
That's what Angel said. He said he got fired.
He never helped me with the Mexican band, so
He was down to sell tickets.
I've heard,
But I think when she showed up, then
I've heard about Angel. I've never seen him, to tell you the truth. So he's a phantom to me.
he's a rough looking character. If you see him.
She was half hour late and I was really getting nervous,
Oh, okay.
but she, does her salesman job yelling at people down the grandstand even, or down the midway even. So come and dance with your girl, you know.
Yeah.
I couldn't understand what she was saying, but a lot of laughing and.
Yeah.
Yes, I would recommend that we increase the 6605 by $50,000. Make it 100 if we're gonna do building on that out there. That money's gonna go really quick. I don't think it's gonna be enough.
It's gonna go fast.
I mean,
But I didn't know if we could use some of the money from
doing floors,
other years.
it's there, but I mean,
Yeah,
I'd say let's put it in and take a look at it. If it looks ugly at the end of the budget time, we can take it out, but I
Well, then
think
is
we
it-
should put some more in there.
if you take that tile out and it's bad and
Yep.
then we're gonna have to do
You don't know
something.
what you're gonna find in that old building.
Well, they're figuring on, it's gonna need new plumbing
Yep,
when we do it.
doesn't take long.
Oh, and I'm sure they're gonna wind up having to cut up concrete to run sewer pipe underneath there.
We're gonna have
To
to,
relocate some of those.
because we're gonna pull one out. The one's gonna have to be moved. Each bathroom. I know they went in there and like they said too, the sinks aren't high enough and,
For ADA.
yep, when we start
Compliant.
remodeling, it's gotta be right.
Is the structure itself worth investing this money into?
I don't know what it looks like.
Building was built what, early 70s?
70s.
It's still the original roof on it.
Nope. This is the second roof. And there is some spots that leak a little bit. Adele said that too, was the worst.
Never rains here anyway.
Yeah, right now it don't.
Well, just one day of the
But-
fair, it always rains.
Yeah, it does. Seems like it always rains one day of the fair.
So is that, have you been up on it to find out where that leak is at, or what is it? Something to be repaired, or?
I don't know if you'd even find them.
Hard to find. They're hard to find. A lot of times it leaks here and runs down here. and
It
then
runs
goes up
down
there
ways.
Someplace else.
And that's got a second roof on it, you know, so. Where it comes out underneath. Cause I went over top with the old roof. It wasn't tore off.
And they they reskinned it with metal. It's old metal with new metal on top.
I was done before I started, but they went over top of the old.
Yeah.
But we always seem to fill it up for the fair. And get it rented out or whatever, however that works. Anybody else have anything for Wayne?
You're right with putting that in there for now?
60,000.
Add another 50 to it. To the 6605 placeholder for now.
What you got for total then? on
Wayne's
that one?
against it.
You against it?
Didn't think so.
I'm not against.
On
I don't know what else to do. I mean.
Yeah, no. It's-
6605, how much
It's,
do you?
it's gonna be spending
I know it is.
when we do it. It's like, you know, Dan said too, is it worth it sticking?
I
into
know,
it?
I don't know. I mean, what's a new building gonna cost?
And
Half a million?
400,000 or 500,000, yeah.
and having a nice new bathroom, is that gonna increase the vandalism or decrease it? Good question, huh?
That building is steel girder, if I
Yes.
remember right. So
Yeah, it's steel
again,
girder.
You've got
It is still.
a good base there. The concrete, I don't think.
Concrete looks good too. I
Yeah.
mean, so the rest of the building's fine, so you'd think underneath the bathroom would be fine too.
So good floor, structurally sound, it's
Yeah.
worth putting money into, I would think, you know.
It'd be cheaper probably building new.
Then how about that, the office area then, or that southeast entrance? Oh, that could certainly use a little updating as well.
Mhm.
And that set of double doors on the south side.
They've been replaced, but they're still,
Yeah.
they're hard to operate, basically. So, I know the office area, they want that remodeled, but I'm still waiting for Skip to empty out the back room.
That would make it nice.
Stuff in there, he says that, don't throw it away, so he's supposed to be going through it.
That would be nice if that wall would come out. and
Yeah,
those two
yeah,
rooms
cause
would
there's a
be-
closet there and then that wall come out and then
Yeah, now we don't have those fish tanks there.
As long as we have the little air conditioner that keeps running, that helps.
it's still going.
And as far as those double walk-in doors, do we need a double door there? Could that be changed around? Do you ever bring big things in through there? Really?
Not really, cause you could still bring them in from the other way.
Side
Cause you'd have double doors between the other way, so.
things to think about.
Steve, what did you plug in the 6605?
The total dollar amount then went from 50,000 to
Yeah, I just increased it by 50 to 100.
100,000.
Okay.
It's just,
And it's gonna be spendy.
The walls in the bathroom,
They're sheet rock now with, I guess basically got the plastic tile on them.
45.
I thought there was some tile of some kind.
It's
not
plastic
straight
tile.
plastic stuff.
I think I'm pretty sure it's plastic.
That'll all be gone. You put glass board in.
Yep.
How about the ceiling in the bathrooms?
They've been redone.
So maybe
The
possibly.
lights
just-
have been redone in there. So the LEDs in there.
Yeah,
Or I don't know, we might not have to do them.
you talk more about this at building committee too.
yeah, right.
So, do it,
Right.
Yeah,
deal
we
with
gotta
it all
get in the
here,
weeds
so
here.
we're just, yeah, we're getting kind of deep. Time for a tour out there and everybody go, let's go look at it and check it out and get some,
Yeah,
really take a good look at it.
and go out there and
Yep. So
The,
do it.
the highway maintenance building expansion we talked about, that'll be on next budget, or that's gonna be part of your budget?
Be on next budget.
Yeah, next budget.
Yeah, and I don't know where they're on that, cause they gotta apply for a variance and
Right.
I don't think that's been done yet.
Steve Weeds, I'll
Don't
have to
think.
call you later.
I haven't heard about it, no.
No, the variance,
So I haven't heard anything more neither.
you and Nick comes in.
Coming today or no?
No. No, Nick's gonna do his, at his meeting. He's gone.
Hey,
He's gone for the week. Left yesterday. He'll be back Monday.
20 next Tuesday. He's.
Yeah, he'll be at the meeting on Tuesday and we'll do his budget then.
Yeah.
Thanks, Wayne. Much appreciated.
Yeah.
Should go play at the fairgrounds again.
I did get the hydrant in out there, so.
Oh, good.
First thing they said was, well, I thought you were hooking that right up to water, I had water all the time. I go, No.
So basically,
Don't
they
use
just
it year
replaced,
round.
so they just replaced the existing hydrant, so it wouldn't
They
leak.
just replaced the hydrant.
Pretty straightforward.
Yes, yes.
Didn't hit anything digging?
Huh?
Didn't run into anything digging?
No, they didn't. They have it located though.
Yeah, it's 3:30 already.
Days moving quick.
Yeah.
No, this worked out good. I had a contractor call. They wanted to go look at septic soils at 3,
Perfect.
so.
What page are you on?
I probably don't have the same page numbers as you guys.
Steve's got it.
Steve's got it.
You wanna start? Which one?
Just an order, numerical order, if that
Four?
works.
that-
Start with 103, just like on my summary.
Okay.
Um,
Planning and zoning, page 34.
and I really don't have any much for changes here. Planning Commission has not been meeting much. We meet on an as-needed basis. We do have some ordinance modifications coming up with the cannabis ordinance. have to have hearings on and take action on. Also looking at contacting the cities, doing some amendments to or just some review of our zoning districts, primarily the urban expansion district and maybe the highway, commercial, industrial, just to verify that the cities are okay with what our current zoning maps are, so that, you know, they're aware of where the cannabis could potentially be located in the county. And then also that urban expansion district is somewhat, I think we should be protecting those areas for urban expansion if that's the intent, and not allowing solar and other developments such as that to take place on those areas where right now it would be allowed. So trying to get some of that stuff squared away with the planning commission, I think, in the future.
And with the cannabis, you talking about the retail part of it or the storage of it or the
Retail.
growth of it?
Primarily the retail.
How about growth wise? Is there anything that we need to do there as far as
Growth.
actually to
The growing?
the growing of the plants? Does
I
that have to
think-
be done indoors or can that be done outdoors?
Both.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do we need to look at any of ours?
I don't think so. We would be, I think, I've talked a little bit with Steve. I think we're considering that to be ag.
There's
Processing
special
might be
regula-
different, but
There's special regulations if you wanna grow it outdoors too. We get a
Yeah, there would be
double fence and things like that.
right.
240 volts around it.
Keep out the raccoon.
So when it blows up against it, then it
Yeah.
just walks.
I was thinking more of the nighttime interlopers.
But the majority of the zoning office expenses, run through 103. So I put all of my fuel for whether it's solid waste or whatever under the 103 budget. And like I said, there really isn't much for major changes unless there's questions that you guys have on 103. Just kind of. Also, salaries for me are split between 103, 392 and 604.
Oh.
So it's kind of split three ways, if you're curious on that. Looking at possibly replacing the zoning pickup, maybe in 26. So we've got a couple more years on that. The soil and water is also considering the possibility of another pickup in the future. So that may weigh in on that, whether we do something sooner or later also.
Would you have use for a Suburban by any chance?
2004 Suburban, 150,000 miles.
No, that's really not much of a fuel vehicle.
3/4 ton, 4-wheel drive.
EMS has one for sale. That's why we're trying to push that.
No, I might pass on that one, but
Okay.
if I have to, I'd maybe take
No,
it.
we are.
Okay, so for the board members, you want to write this down for salaries in here for Kyle, since he splits them. It's 6101 would be 42,703. And then if you go down to insurances employer 6151, that would be 4,025. Below that, PERA 3203. Below that, Social Security 2648. And below that, 6175 Medicare 620. That'll bring him back up. Didn't have those numbers when I was doing this like some of the other ones, so that would bring his expenditures at the bottom from 11,300 to 64,499. Sorry. So, and then on the next page, your net would be 59,199. But he's got a little bit of income there.
59,199.
59,199. That might change a little bit too in time, but so we'll start with anyway.
Bonnie was in earlier with the extension, and again, she's just so happy out there in the facility. It's working so well.
Good.
So
Yep.
All right, what's the next
Moving
one,
on,
Kyle?
104. Won't take long.
GIS,
Yep, there's only two line items.
page 37. Oh, I'm sorry, Kyle, go ahead.
Nope, state dues, there is a There is a Southwest GIS Association group now that meets quarterly possibly. There's also a annual state convention. I have not been able to attend one of those. And then we contract with Lyon County to update our parcel data and our 911 numbers. We're only paying a couple thousand a year for that. And then in my notes, the highway or the sheriff's office also uses them, and they're paying additional 911 expenses for updates too. So, and a lot of that's coming through grants through the sheriff's office, but that's also contracted with Lyon County. Very cheap. I think we're getting a good deal by doing this. Otherwise you'd be contracting with the private sector and probably paying 10 times as much. And the updates are minimal. The assessor's office forwards all the splits to Mark, and then he draws them, and he's pulling the software off of our server, updating it, and then it's synced right back into the server, so it's updated the next day. So everything is all automated.
Our correct term, pictometry, the flyover flights that we've had before. How many years is that good for? Do we have to budget for that coming up?
That's in 601, but we just flew this spring, so we've got a 24 flight that's just getting posted to the online. I talked to Jen from ProWest this morning. And I've talked to Chris from the assessor's office. We're likely looking at maybe trying to do every other year going forward, where the past we've been doing about every 4 years.
And that's gonna stay aerial. They're not gonna go to satellite imagery on that.
Well, there is satellite. There's also FSA that does fly aerial. Everybody does it a little differently. Everybody does it at different resolutions. So there's a lot of options out there, but they all don't sync into the pictometry software program that 99% of the courthouse people use. That's the issue. So I had another company present saying they could do cheaper imagery, maybe even use a drone. But it's just you're only going to get that ortho. You're not going to get the obliques where you can look around the buildings. Talking with the assessors, they use those obliques a lot, and they don't see the benefit of just having a straight up and down ortho and paying the cost of that versus paying the extra for the pictometry. So I had the discussion with them, talked about frequency, and that's kind of where we're recommending is looking at it every other year, and I'll get into the reserve account on that next.
But basically, you're budgeted for it though. You've got
Yes,
those
yep,
numbers plugged in.
the reserve funds are there. Next, the budget account, if there's no questions, is 392, our solid waste. Steve, did you hand out any of the 5-year projections on the solid waste
No.
assessment?
Yeah.
Page is 392.
Page 80.
Page 80. Yep.
Yep.
Do there other two copies of these offers?
Yeah, please.
Fine.
Yep.
Just remember, this is a restricted account as well, outside of the levy.
Yep, so maybe to start off, yeah, it's a dedicated account, separate from everything. Our current fund balance in that account is about 430,000. 431. And we're currently spending it down overspending about 50,000 a year in the solid waste account. So jump right into the proposed 5-year expenditure plan. I handed out a copy of, one is our current expenditure rate and where that will put us in 5 years. The other one is a proposed assessment increase with the $8 proposed in 25 and $8 in 26 to show you where that would put us within the next 5 years.
Got a spare one?
Yep, sorry.
Got a couple of the same ones.
Well, actually, they're not.
They're different.
If you look here,
I might have.
it's got $8 increase, $8 increase.
The same? Yeah, so
And that's where the
This
difference
one
is.
shows the increase, so this one would show a negative 159 and 29. Showing a positive 224.
Okay.
Yep.
I don't know, somebody's missing one, I think, because I got 3. I should have 4. So I did meet with the solid waste committee on this. We did discuss it. Dan, I don't know, do you have any
Comments on it?
comments on our meeting?
I like how you got it broken into 2 different years instead of taking a $16 increase in 1 year. I like breaking that out.
Mhm.
And it's interesting, you look at our total expenditures, our projected expenditure is basically what our balance is today. So if we do nothing, we're gonna zero out.
Right. And this is just a quick summary of the overall budget, with numbers. I mean, our current expenditure rate is, right around it varies from year to year, but it's around 380,000. I did also project an increase to our recycling contract, in 29, where that's likely gonna go up again, so.
The thought occurred the other day, and I think we're very good with what our contract with Van Dyke was last year. I really anticipated more of an increase in that. I'm very happy it wasn't. For our total tons recycled, what does it actually cost the levy? I know we get score money for it. Have you ever actually penciled out what it's actually costing our levy to do the recycling?
There's too many variables, because if you're looking at the landfill, look at our revenues that we get. So we're getting some through score, our solid waste assessment, our refund from the landfill.
The extension of the life of landfill by keeping that out.
Right. So there's skewed numbers there. Right now, recycling is costing about $300 a ton. If you look at garbage, if you figure your annual or your monthly fee that you're paying the city for curbside service, you're probably paying in that realm of $200 or so. The solid waste committee did also ask me to gather solid waste assessment numbers for regional counties, to have a comparison of what other counties around us are charging. I didn't bring that summary with me, but we were kind of on we're on the lower end basically of that assessment. The other counties range into the 70s, 50s is probably a pretty good average of where the other counties around us are at.
And when Luke's back, we can look at that when we have our solid waste meeting again too. That doesn't affect really that much of your budget part of the process.
Right.
That's good to know that we are on the lower end somewhat.
Any questions on what this 5-year projection shows or where the money is getting spent? Kind of a lot to throw at you all of a sudden. Yeah, our current, like it says on there, our current assessment is, I don't think it actually does. Currently, we're charging residents $36 per year for our solid waste assessment. That's generating that 192,000. And the assessment is basically every home pays 36, and then businesses pay a unit of 36 times their gross value or gross assessed value. So a lot of the gas stations and others are probably paying 3 to 4 assessments, but each residence is paying 1.
When we started the program, the totes themselves, we got a grant for those totes, didn't we, if I remember
Yep,
right?
the majority of that was paid through a grant from the state.
I thought. And are you setting money aside to replace those when they wear out?
No.
'Cause they must have what, five years we've been doing this now?
6. We're already through our first year of contract. This is our first year into the second, so we're 6 years into the carts. We also buy the roll-offs at the hazardous waste building. Those are about 10 to 15. Well, they're around that 10,000. On a new one.
My thought is that, they're gonna wear out eventually, so we should be putting some money aside.
Yeah, I did have a couple hundred in reserve, or extra in
Yes.
excess, so we still have a surplus of carts that we're giving out to businesses as needed.
So you think that we're good for a number of years?
I'm thinking we're probably good for another number of years on that, but that's where I don't want us to get in a predicament where we get down to 100 or less than 100,000 in our solid waste reserve account, need something and don't have that flexibility. So it's really nice to have that 200 plus in that account for the unknown.
Which is where we'd be with this
Right.
proposed $8 increase. 2
Yeah,
years
and
ago.
Luke will be able to expand on this more. We had a meeting Tuesday this week in Marshall, talking about construction demolition debris, where it's gonna
Lyon County
go.
Landfill.
Well, through the Lyon County landfill, but as Double D's will close based on the new state rules and other small landfills will close that now have to be lined, the residential costs for disposal of construction and demolition is gonna go up drastically. So I don't know if that will require the county to do something more to have a location where we can accept some materials such as those, or if the city would, or if the private sector will, but there's some other unknown,
Transfer station. Is that what
like a
you're saying?
transfer station, yes. So those are some unknowns that we'll be getting into over the next number of years too.
Before I leave the totes, one more question on that too. The sheds then that we've got, what's their condition?
They were replaced 3 years ago, 3 to 5 years, between 3 and 5.
Yeah,
We paid, what were they, about we spent probably close to 100,000 to replace those.
and again, my thought is, have you got money set aside for that? Cause those.
Nope, that would be out of this reserve also.
Okay.
So as things would happen like that, you know, the accidentals, this is what that reserve account is for. Our first ones lasted about 20 years. I would expect these to last another 20, I would hope.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't really looked at them lately. They're still standing up pretty well. They're not.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they're basically new, so. And basically the new ones just have the totes sitting inside the shed, so.
Mhm.
Other notes I've got. Yeah, just a comment. I mean, our hazardous waste facility, Trevor from the highway department is half-time solid waste, so he does the collections every Wednesday for the hazardous waste building. So we're paying about 50% of his salaries through our solid waste account. And annually, it's costing us about 40,000 a year to dispose of the material that's collected at the hazardous waste building. It seems like that's gradually creeping up a little bit too. Like everything else, I mean, when we started the building, it was costing about 20,000. We're about 40,000 now. So there's other fluctuations like that are unknown.
That's money well spent though.
Yes, I definitely totally support that.
Other than being in the ditch or in somebody's hole.
And people really appreciate having a place to go and everybody says how great Trevor is to work with and.
And he is.
Yep.
That's-
He just wasn't so grumpy. He's great. He meets everybody with a smile and
Okay, anything else?
No, that's just a summary. So I mean, I can answer any questions if. I have time. I did talk to the committee about this. You'll see in the, I don't know which line item it is. 6957. We are taking 50,000 out of our solid waste account and paying that towards soil and water. For the county's allocation to soil and water. Melissa spends a fair amount of time on solid waste, whether it's education or other staff covering the collections for Trevor. So I thought it was only appropriate for us to pull out of there. The other benefit of doing that is that's not levy affected dollars, by doing that. So, but by taking the 50 out of there, it is making that account go down quicker. So, the other 25 that we take for soil and water comes out of the 601 account. Otherwise, we would be pulling 75,000 out of 601 that would be affecting the full levy.
good.
Okay,
Only changes on this one would be to salary as well. So starting at 6101, 2815, 6101, it says 61,000. It'll be 42,703. Insurance, next one below that, 6151 will be 4025, 4,025. 6161 PER will be 3203. Social Security below that will be 2648. And Medicare 6175 will be 620. So as Kyle said, his salaries are in thirds and I missed one account, so I had it in half.
When you guys get to the final budget setting process, do you want me to come back and present the solid waste, 5-year plan, or is that something that you guys will just handle yourselves? As far as if you want to increase the assessment or not?
Steve will bring that up to us sometime at a regular meeting.
And that'll be like
We can
in
do that.
December, isn't it?
We set the final budget?
Yeah. Something like that.
We
So
can do
a
it
lot
before
changed. So I think it'd be good to get an update again.
Yeah.
with them.
No, that'd be good.
I guess, yeah, I just didn't know if you wanted me to be involved or how you wanted to handle that, so.
Might want to have a
And the
solid waste
recommend-
committee meeting before that and go through it one more time, make sure and
Yep.
we're all on the same page too, so.
Yeah, Dan's recommendation
For
from the committee perspective was to try to keep it as split it out so it's over a number of years, so, yeah.
Impact everybody at one time.
Any other questions on 392? If not, our next would be 601.
Conservation.
And this encompasses a lot of stuff, 5309 and 5332 are basically state grant dollars that are passed through Board of Water and Soil Resource that come to the county and then are passed back on to Soil and Water for the staff time that's used to oversee those programs. 601-2818 is our reserve account for the riparian protection aid. So right now we're getting 92,000 a year from the state, or have been since the buffer law was put into rule. And we got that in a dedicated account so we can track it. We currently have about 466,000 in that account. And those are the funds that I'm using to pay for our GIS, pictometry flights, and software updates annually for GIS for the county.
Because that's what you're using to monitor those.
Yep. So right now, we are spending about 50,000 per year. If you figured we'd fly pictometry every other year, we're spending about 22,000 a year for pictometry, 10,000 or about 15,000 for GIS maintenance, and then we're contracting with Pro West for about another 15,000. And Pro West is being contracted to keep up our GIS server here, so. So right now, yeah, we're only spending about 50% of what we're getting. There's a reserve of 466, so we're sitting in really good shape, I think, for long-term projections on having funds to pay for that GIS and
And we're
flights.
using that for salary as well too, you said.
No.
We're not using that for salary.
Nope, that's a dedicated account. The only thing that's coming out of there is those three expenses is our GIS maintenance contract, pictometry flights, and Pro West contracts.
Is there a reason that we wouldn't use that for salary?
If you can justify, we also get 25,000 through the legislature for soil and water.
That's part of the expectation of that person.
Well, I expense that 25,000 to one of the staff's position that does annual review of the buffer compliance to verify that the buffers are in place. So this 92,000 the county gets is only for enforcement, which we have not had to do.
Right. But you are in essence, and because you're using that, you are the person you got dedicated to oversee that is he being paid, but through another account.
Right. I did send 30 letters out. when the first round of enforcement started saying that your buffer doesn't comply, we had a lot of little meanders on the edges that weren't quite there. So we sent them out. We got a fair number that complied. And then we did call the rest compliant because they had a buffer there. It just maybe wasn't precise, but we kind of went with a rule of thumb. If it's less than a certain dimension, it wasn't worth enforcing. You know, if it's 50 feet long by 20 feet wide, is it worth taking a person to court over something like that? So.
And that was kind of because, you know, at the time that we adopted this, we were concerned about how well it'd be received from our landowners.
Yeah.
But it sounds like overall it has gone pretty well.
The majority were compliant already. A handful weren't, and though there was a few sticklers, but it went pretty well. Yeah.
Have you heard much, Dallas, from the ag community?
When it was first introduced, there was so many different rules, so many different
Yeah.
counties had different widths, and it was a mess. So we really didn't know how to comply at first. But say there are some little ones that.
Yep.
The creek is close to the pasture fence, you know. And some of those are hard to set up even.
Yeah. And there's gonna be ongoing I mean, people are gonna continue to encroach on some of them in excess where we'll need to send letters back out.
And it's always the hired man's fault.
Yeah.
Had to sit through one of those one day.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's your land. Supposed to let them know.
So that was I mean, that's probably the biggest, fluctuation within that account. There's a lot of septic stuff in 601 also. That's pretty much the second half of that budget is the county septic loan program. I had a summary right now. I believe there was 300,000 to 400,000 put into that account. I think we've loaned the revolving loan, we've loaned out probably 1.2 million or more. So as that money comes back in, we loan it back out again. So it's very nice for the general public to have that access to those dollars. We charge 3% interest over 7 years back on their taxes.
Money, dollar amount's gonna go higher all the time because they're getting to be up 25 grand now.
They are, yep,
For a septic system.
yep. We are also, we're just submitting a request for probably another 50,000 of low income grant dollars through the state. We've annually gotten about 40,000, so we're kind of keeping that ongoing throughout also. So it's another opportunity for people that are considered low income to get some assistance.
Anybody in Trotsky City of?
No,
eligible
we
for
have not
of
done
that?
any enforcement in Trotsky due to the fact that the city's going to put in the central system.
I know they're started that now.
Yep.
Pipe was laying there, but there's no way to get
We
people
can't-
help for that.
Nope, they're working through,
It's a whole different outfit. huh?
another entity through federal grants, yes.
Just thought I'd ask.
Yep.
What is the 6959 Agriculture Society appropriation? What is that?
That's the fairgrounds. That is
Oh.
the county's contribution to the fair board, I believe.
Okay.
Some of those I don't have any involvement with, but.
Anybody else have anything for Val?
The other, just comment on 601. We are also creating another dedicated account within 601. It's gonna be named 2273, and that's going to be our public land survey grant through Minnesota IT that we received the 300,000. We did just process the first reimbursement and payment to Dan Butel for his corner section locates. It was about 41,000.
Monuments. I was just gonna ask, are you budgeting ahead for more monument work in the future? Or you think there's gonna be enough grant money to cover?
Nope, this is just pass through. So I'm not budgeting, or I won't budget for that other than to expend out our current grant, probably at 50,000 a year or so.
And even going forward, the anticipation is that there'll be continued grant money for the monument project.
It's unknown. Legislature has to approve it before there's money. But yeah, those type of budgets, I mean, whether I budget 100 or 200, it's just pass through. So whatever we spend, we will get reimbursed for.
And it's
So
not important enough for spending levy money on it. If we get
No.
grant money for it, fine, but if we ain't gonna spend grant money or levy money for it.
Nope, definitely not.
That's my opinion,
Yeah, we'd be spending millions and millions of dollars.
for very little benefit.
You mentioned last time that they're starting to dig some up. Did you go out and witness some of those? How's the
Yep,
digging?
just what I reported at the last board meeting was, yeah, he's done some digging and it's going well. I will be bringing a contract with Pro West to the next board meeting also. That's part of that grant. It'll be paid through the grant, for Pro West to create an online GIS database that'll sync and have imagery of the recorded corner section locates for the general public's viewing for surveyors and others. It'll be minimal, but it's just another step in that contract.
Can do that on Tuesday.
Yes, yep, I'll get that to you.
Perfect. Excellent.
And 604 is my last one. What changes on that one? That is, ag inspecting. And it's one of those accounts, there really is no ins and outs. We don't get any revenue from the state for that program. There's an ongoing request to the legislature for grant dollars for the program, which has never been funded. So that's the only reason we keep a separate account, is if we ever had to. We've got an account set up to have revenues and show expenditures. But I spend very little time on ag inspecting, other than our office provides commercial applicator tests to the co-ops for a state license from Department of Ag. And I talk to the townships and work with a couple minimal complaints on weeds, likely annually.
Is that the salary? Is that part of your salary here?
That is, yep, that's another third, is that we just break out into that account for just, if we ever had to show a county expense for verification of need, it would be, that was kind of why that was why this was set up, I believe.
Your applicator's license, I remember when that first came in, even gopher baiting had to be licensed.
Yep.
Still a lot of gopher baiting going on.
There is not, no.
It's kind of fallen off.
Yep.
It was a big thing for a while.
There is a company out of Sioux Falls that does come up and test occasionally for green bins and other things like that, but.
And for the board, we just need to adjust the salary on this one as well to make the other two. So the 6101 under ag inspection will be 42,703. 604, 6101 regular salaries. Find that. Okay, insurance.
I'll get one from
40
61,000.
from 61 to 42,703. And the next one down is insurances from 12,100 to 4025. Next one is PERA 6161. That will be from 4,600 to 3203. Social Security 6174 will go from 3,800 to 2,648. And the Medicare 6165 account will go from 900 to 620. And that'll bring the net expenditure down to 54,024. On both of those lines, expenditure and net will be 54,024. There's no income. Got him.
Questions? Can't think of anything else, so. I did bring the soil and water budget along. Doug, you've seen that already. Luke also has seen it. It just shows our revenues, expenditures. I don't know if you guys are interested in those. Right now, like I said, we're getting, the soil and water is getting 75,000 from the county for operations, in addition to what we get through the county for program grant, for the program grants, in addition to the SWCD aid we're now getting through the legislature, which is currently around 156,000 annually. But our budget has definitely increased through soil and water. It used to be around 100,000 to 200,000. We're about 550,000 now. A majority of that being salaries. So if you'd like a copy of that, I can also hand that out. Okay.
Any issues with the building we need to look at for next year?
The
They do
only,
have its own budget here, so.
yeah, the only suggestion was we put rain gutter covers on. There's a lot of pine needles
Trees behind you.
that you gotta clean them out several times.
That makes sense.
Yeah. That would be the only thing,
Okay.
and the architects, hopefully we'll get some feedback from them on preliminary plans. And then the only other thing would be the landscaping and parking lot striping, if we want to do that along with handicap parking spaces up front. Otherwise, I can't think of anything.
Do they think they're gonna get some of that landscaping done yet this fall? We can do some seeding.
Wayne was gonna talk to Double D's. They're planning to come, leveling off some dirt, and he was gonna talk to a couple landscapers to get a estimated cost of what it would take. He was gonna have Double D's maybe take some of the dirt out along the building where that, where you would put plants or shrubbery, so that you get some decent dirt back in there. Right now, it's mostly gravel.
Sign is up.
Sign is up and done. We just need Jair's to come and finish wiring it in.
Looks nice, saw it today.
Mhm.
Looks good.
Hey, thanks, Kyle.
That's interesting how they put them on. It's just them two pipes and then they set that on there, but I suppose it doesn't always fit flush with so they have to winch things together a little bit and then bolt it to the pipe, so.
Okay.
Yeah, if you got any questions, let me know.
Thanks, Kyle.
Thank you.
Renee.
Hi.
Thank you for coming.
Now, what was I asking? Remind me to ask Renee about?
Edgerton project.
That's right.
Food, candy?
The project out for the monuments in Edgerton
Yeah.
and other towns or
Other
whatever.
towns. Yep.
It's not a Pipestone
Oh,
County
thank you.
project. Oh,
Earlier,
We got
Renee, we
some-
were talking about.
You
what we're
win,
doing.
you win the day so far.
That's right.
Do you have to go someplace, Emily? Do you have to go someplace?
Earlier, Renee, we were talking about what we're doing with, kind of where our balance. And then, the question came up of where we at as far as recruiting, or not recruiting, but advertising, soliciting for names to engrave on it from the other communities. How's the word getting out to everybody other than just right here in Pipestone? We don't want the perception to be it's a Pipestone monument, it's a.
Right. I don't know that we have reached out or even have had that conversation within our committee. I mean, sure, word of mouth, but yeah, I certainly agree. I don't want it to be just Pipe City of
You
Pipe.
keep track of the names, you kind of know where they're coming from. Have you had any from outside of Pipestone proper? Have you had any from the surrounding communities?
Too.
Yeah, so we need to we need to think of a way to get that word out.
I agree. 100%. I'll write that down.
Thank you, Dallas, for that.
All right, so my budget meeting with you guys should be pretty short and sweet. The 5-year capital plan, last year I stopped contributing to that per the advice of Bill, because I get the grant, the $7,500 grant from the state, that he didn't feel that it was necessary for me to contribute to that. For the internet, I have increased the budget from 1,100 to 1,200 due to the increasing costs of the internet access. Maintenance and repairs, I've increased the budget from 2,500 to 3,000 because the actual current spending has been 2,586 as of June, and I think that a small increase in that is warranted for the increasing costs of labor and materials. For veterans mileage, although we've continued our transportation program,
I still would like to have that reserve in there in case we do need to bridge the gap somewhere. Or if we create a new transportation program with UCAP, I'd like to still have that budgeted.
I've seen you've had a van sitting there from time to time. Have you been utilizing that or, and who's driving it for you?
So, UCAP does with their volunteer drivers. They have
Okay.
somebody who's trained to, operate a handicap accessible vehicle. And so that is UCAP's. That was donated actually several years ago from Lincoln County to UCAP.
I remember you talked about before you didn't have a driver, but now you've got a driver. So that system's working better now.
Yes, yep, that goes with the volunteer driver. And our program before with transportation is I would reach out to UCAP to get a volunteer driver. And then they would schedule the ride and then they would send the bill to me. Budget. The way that it was being recorded, however, with UCAP, it just didn't seem like it was the best way to record it. And so we collectively decided that we are just gonna stop the program. I don't have a lot of veterans utilizing it anyway. I think I had one or two folks that used it, but they are old enough that they qualify for the ASG grant. And so then we're not paying for it anyway.
I think I remember you telling me a while ago that you had instances where you had people driving all the way down from St. Cloud or Everett to Adrian to pick up somebody to take them like on a 50-mile trip and back.
I don't know if it was that far.
Well, what brings it to mind is for Prime West, they've got a transit advisory committee too, and they're looking at this medical thing. And the methadone treatment has just gotten crazy. They put it out on a portal for bids, and they've had cases of people from the Twin Cities bidding on a ride, coming all the way over to even Alex and picking somebody up and taking them all the way up to Duluth or whatever for methadone. And that's 6 days a week. And they're non-loaded miles. They're non-loaded miles from the Twin Cities to where they're picking them up. $2 a mile unloaded. It's crazy.
That is crazy. Yeah, I can't speak much on that.
Mhm.
I think the craziest situation that I've had was Lake Benton veteran needed a ride. And so one of our volunteers went to go get him, but I made that veteran pay for his own mileage or for his own ride. I just helped him set it up.
Yep.
So I told him that Pipestone County would not be responsible for that. And when we did the program, the transportation program, we did it because they were gonna charge us like 90 cents a mile if we didn't implement this program. And I told them that I wasn't willing to pay 90 cents a mile, that we needed to figure something else out, and we were able to get it at the 60 cents mile rate with our program. So that's where the program started, but because of the record keeping being not the best with them on their side, we decided to halt it for now. For office supplies, I've increased that budget from 500 to 1,000. The reason for this increase is the increase in cost to need printer toner. I've had an increase in needing DD 214s for the memorial and then having to print them off. Not to mention just an increase in claims and veterans coming in to file those claims. And so with my budget, it's only a 3.43% increase, a difference of $1,210 from last year to this year, without wages and benefits included in that figure. So as far as the grant for 2025, that has already been processed, executed, and should be deposited already. And then one other thing I wanted to bring up is with this packet here, this is our Commander's Task Force legislative priorities. On page, or let's see, where is it? Page 2, this page at the bottom. It says allow counties to appropriate funding for Veterans Day programs. So there was a recent change in the statute to include Veterans Day with the Memorial Day programs. We provide each organization $50 every year to help with those programs in the community. And now they want to add Veterans Day to that, but they also are eliminating the $300 limit. And so I wanted to just run it by you guys to see if you wanted to increase that $50 for these organizations.
What do they use the
And-
funds for?
So they are allowed to use the funds for anything that they need for the program, such as their speaker, renting the space. They are not allowed, however, to use it for purchasing uniforms. So, if they need to pay the rent, down person, so on and so forth, they can use it for that.
Avenue of Flags, it's all volunteer, but do they get reimbursed mileage or anything like that for putting up flags?
That I'm not sure. I do not
Not in Edgerton.
participate in that program. That is not, nobody's involved me in that program. Or asked for me to be involved in. I haven't asked them either because I don't want to go where they don't want me. And then, so this is just information about that. So you don't have to, certainly decide that now. I just wanted to run it by you. It was brought to my attention by the Post 6 commander. And that was at their conference, their VF or American Legion conference, so.
Well, when the time comes, bring us a recommendation on changing that.
What we did so far, Mr. Chairman and board members, on our culture and rec, we talked about this morning on the 6956 Memorial Day expense appropriation. We did change that from 250 to 3,000. How many legions do we have or organizations that splitting this money up?
5 or 6.
Five, well, it'd be 5 if there was 250, I guess, so. So it would be moving up to basically $600 per post for this, at $3,000. If we did that. And Dallas asked, can that be used for markers or something? Or were you talking about it for the new memorial in Edgerton?
Yeah.
Civil
War markers.
Civil War Memorial. They're redoing the one in Edgerton Cemetery.
Okay,
And that's all private. And we just about got it paid for now, but they're did some further research and there's 24 crosses there now and there should be 64. So gonna need some extra money to do the extra crosses, but is
Are
that, is that something that you would be interested in helping with or?
certainly. I mean, I don't know that. I don't know where I would get those markers. I don't know where the money would come from unless that's something that we want to budget for. That's not a program that I'm participating in right now. So I certainly would be willing to be involved in it. Absolutely.
But we don't need your money either, I don't think,
No,
we
I
very
don't
good-
mean it
very
like
good
that.
job doing that in Edgerton,
But
paying our own
these-
way.
These markers are all for native sons of the Edgerton area that were involved in the Civil War.
They've found out there's 64 of them in the area that right now there was only 24 because of size or just because of space limitations, but
And now the namesake of the town of Edgerton, he was a Civil War commander.
got me. Don't know.
Are these markers that you're talking of, are they like the bronze flag holders?
No, they're
Oh,
just,
they're different.
they're in a separate, it's in the Potter's Field area of the cemetery.
Okay.
And they had a long discussion and a lot of votes about where to put the Civil War marker back. It was moved one time in the 50s. And people wanted it to go on Main Street now with a new memorial, but it just was not the same style at all or anything, so.
Sure.
But we're getting it fixed up. There's at the sandblaster now, getting cleaned up and like that, so.
Very cool.
On a related note, how do you get younger veterans to join? Like the Edgerton VFW is, or whatever, Legion has only got 9 or something active members anymore.
Unfortunately, that is the question that everybody asks, and it's a problem widespread. I mean, it's not just Edgerton, Pipestone, it's everywhere. Unfortunately, in our day and age, we're just busy. You know, my generation is busy raising kids, working, you know, not that that wasn't the case before, but it doesn't seem as though we have as much downtime to participate in those things as maybe before, but I think the dedication there has probably dropped a little bit too with participating in those things.
But we're gonna run out of men to do
Mm-hmm,
military funerals pretty soon.
mm-hmm. Yep, we absolutely will.
And it's my generation that's the problem,
Right.
the Vietnam area.
Mhm. I wish I had a better answer on that one.
We
I-
all do.
You know, I would love to see membership increase on that. I'm a member, but I don't participate in funeral honor. But I don't participate in funeral honors with the Navy as well. And that's a personal choice for me. But I would love to see my generation be participating in that because there will be a point in time where there won't be funeral honors anymore because nobody is doing them. We do have the benefit of reaching out to, say, like the Navy, I'm sure the Army base in Sioux Falls. We can reach out to bases to have them help do these funeral honors. So if there is not possibility to have them done by the local post, that respective branch that they serve for can be contacted.
Where would the closest one be for, it's different for different services, or is it all one?
So Sioux Falls has Navy, Army, and Air Force.
Okay,
So I would think that any of those would be able, I can speak for sure that the Navy does funeral honors.
I know the Army does as well.
Mhm.
Brother-in-law, that was Army, and they came out down by Alford.
I'll bring it up to the guys and then tell them that there's other options.
Mhm. And those are full-time staff or volunteers who volunteer their time to do that, and they're in the military.
Okay, thank you for that. That's good information.
Not a problem. So lastly, all I wanted to bring to your attention as well is, total retro payments from August to August. So retro payments, these are payments that veterans are getting after we file a claim. And, it's paid back to the date of their claim to when they get their award. That gap is called a retro. From August to August, I helped generate $243,956.88 just in retros. Total awards given in 2024 is $1.67 million. And that is a $470,000 increase from last year of $1.2 million. And that is including the retros with their monthly compensation each month. So that is what has been brought into our community from veterans filing applications with me and getting their claims approved.
That you have helped make happen.
I was just gonna say.
Thank you for that.
That is directly because of your efforts. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you. And I've had,
County appreciates that too, because that money turns over again, you know?
and in some instances, you know, my office doesn't, it doesn't happen all the time. I can't guarantee every veteran's gonna get a benefit. But in these instances, we have changed lives. This is the difference between somebody being able to retire or not. This extra income is giving them that ability to retire, whereas they maybe couldn't before. I've had that with one veteran. And, you know, it's wonderful to be able to do that. That's the part of my job that I absolutely love, you know? So I'm happy to do it. And I want more veterans to come in so I can have that face to face with them.
You want to be busier, huh?
I want to be busier, yes. My goal has always been from day one to see every veteran in Pipestone County. We may not be able to give them benefits, but at least let's sit down and have the conversation so we know, so the veteran knows if there's anything that they're missing out on. And so I know that I reached out to them and we at least tried, we looked. So tell your communities to come in and see me if they haven't. I'd really like to have that sit down with them.
It helped me. I appreciate it.
Any other questions for Renee?
Absolutely.
Steve, you want to put on the agenda then, because we need that decision item we need to make for changing from $50.
I just put it in the budget for
That doesn't
For
take
500.
action, does
we
it?
don't need it.
Because that'll be wrapped up when we approve the budget. That'll be
Yep.
part of that. So, good.
Do you have any questions for me? Oh, the swag that you got
Oh.
is, this is the first time that I purchased swag with grant money. But I wanted to show you guys that we have that for advertising, and so folks can have the magnet on their refrigerator, so they always have my phone number or at least the Veterans Linkage line. And the pens are fabulous, so
You like your new office space, a little more elbow room?
I do. I do very much, and it's good for those veterans who need extra space, you know, with a wheelchair, so on and so forth, or large, you know, families coming in.
You had shared some thoughts about decorating in there, and I think what your concept would be wonderful. Can we do anything to help facilitate that, or?
I mean, just paying for the stuff would be the biggest thing.
The budget.
Yeah,
That's what we're good for, paying for
Yes.
stuff.
I haven't looked into what the seals would cost or things like that, so.
Yeah,
I
your,
mean,
your concept.
so when you walk into my office, you have my desk here
Mhm.
and I'm facing that way, and you have this wall right when you walk in where my file cabinets are. In a perfect world, what I would like to do is repaint that and maybe paint that a shade of blue. Have a flag in the center, not necessarily a fabric flag, like a wooden flag, like we're trying to raffle with the memorial.
Have you seen the one that Rich Gergen made for the Memorial Committee? Actually, it's very similar to what Steve has got.
Mhm. And then I'd like to have each branch seal on each side. So we're all encompassing. A lot of folks come in and give me grief because I have a Navy flag on my wall, so.
Spread that love around. a
All
little.
around a little
Us
bit.
Navy people got to stick together.
Yes. And so painting, you know, it has been suggested before that we maybe get Blau in to paint. Otherwise, it would have to be a weekend thing for me to come in and paint. You know, so approval for that, I guess, would be a start.
We'll buy the paint.
Well,
buy
and
the
we
paint.
do have the cream paint already. But the blue paint, yeah, we would need to purchase, but I don't know what shade. This is very early stages, so. I mean, we could probably,
Graphic designer you need and all that.
right, I need AI to help me figure it out.
What do we call it in the military? Did we have working parties? Just organize a working party.
There we
I'll
go.
come help you.
You do that. I was told my folks that I was gonna employ them, so. So very well. Any questions?
Thanks, Renee.
Thanks.
Afternoon, Emily. Hey, Emily.
Have swag, sorry.
No swag?
And you didn't run out and go buy candies.
Yeah,
Say the pop machine's out in the hall. No.
it's empty.
It's empty.
It's empty. How you been?
Good. What about you? Yeah, we're just gearing up for school and sports and everything, so. Shopping and, yeah, we're getting there. Which budget do you guys have in front of you first?
Recorder,
One?
101, page 30.
Not a lot is changing this year in our office. One thing we have seen, which you can tell because our deficit is smaller this year for what we will be needing to budget for. We've seen an increase in income again. Rates haven't completely come down yet, but we are seeing a lot more on the market. We're seeing a lot of hoardings come in again. People are buying and selling again. One other area of revenue that we've seen increase already this year is our marriage licenses.
We've already surpassed what we did for a total. Yeah, we're seeing a lot more fee income. Recordings, the marriage license. General service charges. Copies and, copies, certified copies. I really haven't changed. One thing that I did decrease slightly would just be the, meals, lodging, training, expenses. Jada and I are through the heavy portion of our training with the assessor's office.
Right.
Most of the classes that we're going to be taking will be done. I have my first license. I've got 2 more classes this year that I'm gonna take.
Yeah. CMA is the first one.
Yep, so we're hoping to get income qualified this year, so waiting for those classes to even open. We haven't seen registration. Jada should finish up her 3rd class this week, which means she's got 1 left, which happened this fall. So we shouldn't see as much of a need for that next year.
And you don't envision Jada going out in the field at all? She'll be doing,
Yeah, she
she
is.
will be going in the
Yep.
field. Okay.
So she's on her way to her CMA license right now. Like I said, she's finishing class 3 of 4. After that, it's just a few other things on the checklist, including the 1 year of so she won't be able to get licensed until next year. As far as the training classes, we won't be having a need for as much of that next year.
Right.
Looks
Like I
good.
said, not a lot changing in that department. And then my reserve account.
Page 38.
Well, as a reminder, where this money comes from, so out of the $46 recording fee, $21.50 goes into this account out of each document that gets recorded, for technology and compliance needs. You remember last year, to you guys, it's called e-recording access, where it's going to allow the small submitters to electronically record documents. We are hopefully wrapping up on that project soon, and it's much longer than expected. Honestly, I don't know why. I know they had a lot of issue getting connected to our servers, which was a Bill and Bridget thing. I think they finally got that figured out.
Good.
We're in the waiting period. We had Amanda help get everything set up so we can get the money into us. So it's through like a Chase processing system. So we're on like a 4-week waiting period to where they're getting our merchant ID set up and everything connected in that route. So once that's complete, we should be wrapping that up. Hopefully. So in the document imaging and the computer software, the document imaging is a little bit higher yet still, accounting for some of the work that they're doing on that aspect. Hopefully they shouldn't need as much income on their end as far as the software setup. Most of that should be done already. So just allocated a little bit on the high side there, just in case that rolls over into next year at all. One thing I do want to note on here to remove, I'm going to take that $4,000 off of the equipment, 3,000 to 10,000 there, the 6 account. I'm actually going to be purchasing that this year. What it is a new plat filing cabinet for my office. I can't even tell you how old the one is that we have currently, but
Made out of oak.
the screws in it alone tell me a lot. So, because we've had to move it once already. We are going to be upgrading to a more compact, fireproof, safe. It's going to be about half the size of the one we currently have now.
Probably lockable too, I assume.
Yep, we don't have a lot of need for people going in and grabbing plats, quite honestly, because they're all digitized. But one thing that's really not pleasant to deal with is the
plastic sheets that they're kept in. They've turned yellow. They're greasy if you touch them, so you have to go wash your hands when you're done. It's time to upgrade them. So I actually got that ordered the other day.
Good.
We should be getting that within 2 to 4 weeks. And then we should be able to get that set up. I figured it'd be easier to do that now, getting it off the freight truck that they're bringing it on now rather than in the winter, so.
So did you say you want to get rid of that 4,000?
Yeah,
That
just
out?
take that off. We're not gonna have a need for any other equipment that I can foresee. But like I said, I have increased that a little bit, the compliance and the technology, just like I said, we've seen an uptick in recordings this year. As they're predicting rates to hopefully come down, hopefully that revenue keeps coming in for us. Other than that, I've kept everything the same.
Steve, I'm a little confused. It doesn't take much.
Where you at?
On the 105 fund, okay, for example, the document imaging, there, the number is 6276, but the ones in front of it is 2754.
Yep,
You come down the next page, we got 2755.
yep, she's got multiple
So
accounts.
we kind of, the way we kind of keep it separate, because this fund is used basically throughout the entire first floor. So the 2754 really relates to my office
Oh, and the 2755 is for
and
the,
everybody else.
Okay.
So like last year, I purchased printers for the auditor's office and for the assessor's office. So that came out of the
you just
2755.
track them separately,
Keeps
two
it
different
separate
account
for me.
numbers, okay.
And I presume back in the day, that's where the AS 400 came out of.
I don't know.
You weren't here. Everything on the first
I'd
floor,
have
I'm
to
pretty sure.
Look
I'm
back.
pretty
and-
sure that's probably where it came from when Mary Ann was here and we got the last one. So that was one thing she did before she left, and we get that done.
So, but yeah, that's how we kind of track.
Yeah, that's a good way to use it.
But I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, it's all one account, so.
Yep, perfect.
The more detail, the better,
Mhm.
isn't it?
But yeah, like I said, I pay for the printers, when they have a need or, when we budget, it's just how I keep track of it.
Are you gonna balance that account out by taking the 4,000 out, putting it someplace else, or just reducing your income by 4 to keep it zeroed out again?
No, I
Makes
think
sense.
I'm gonna show a positive.
You're gonna show,
balance.
okay, you're gonna show
Mhm,
positive on that, all right,
mhm.
okay, sounds good.
Like I said, we shouldn't have too much of a need. The one, this year, we're gonna see more coming out of it for the fact that we have to change a bunch of our equipment with the state seal. Towards the end, by January 1st, I have to have all my security papers for birth and death records. I have to have new
But the
notary stamps.
physical flag itself, though, again,
have
required is
one
the
in
one
there.
in, yep. It's the one in the courthouse, so it's, or in the courtroom.
Courtroom's the only one we've
Yep.
replaced.
That we have.
We can replace the outdoor ones when our
When they wear
stack
out.
is, we have at least 3 or 4 spares right now if we wanna change it at some point.
Yeah.
I'll leave that up to you guys.
Yeah.
But I've estimated about $500 and
Yeah,
stuff in my office I might have to change, so. Which I should be okay with this year's budget and.
It's your mandate
office
by a
stuff.
certain date, you have to have it. You can't.
Yeah, all my security paper that I have in inventory now is gonna be destroyed.
Hey, any other questions for Emily? Thank you.
Thank you.
good job.
You.
Have a Christmas chicken.
Lots of little sticky notes.
Do we have a Christmas Chesney?
Yes,
Is she coming?
I don't know, she's our assessor.
He's got 5 minutes yet.
He's not late.
No, want to take a quick break?
3 minutes. I can stand up if
Yeah,
nothing
you can do
else.
that.
Oh.
Sir.
Back to budget meeting. We have Chris McChesney, assessor here now. 32? Could that be?
Yep.
Ready.
Okay,
Have at her.
okay, I'll start with, the good stuff, the fee income. The assessor's office has assessing agreements with, 8 townships and 3 cities. They're all 3-year contracts. And 2024 is the first year we billed in June for these contracts, for the first year of the contract. The annual income from this is 37,800. And that's based on each jurisdiction. It's based on the number of total parcels in that jurisdiction times 12. We charge $12 per parcel, which is typical in the area. That's what other counties charge that go out and do assessing from out of the assessor's office. Tom Houselog also has contracts with 4 townships and 3 cities in the county. His contracts are through 2026. And then Eric Skogquist, he does Pipestone, Edgerton, and Jasper. And I guess I'm not aware of his contract status, so I don't know.
Excuse me, can I interrupt you a minute? Steve, is that first line, instead of $378, it should be 387,800 on actual 2024?
Sorry, but this one right here, that's just year to date though. So
That's year to date.
That's a 12th of it.
That's from January through August.
Yeah.
That's all we've taken in so far, probably.
Yep.
Yep.
Like, so we billed the end of June and this last couple of weeks, we've gotten in the majority of our checks.
Okay.
Cause yeah, it's 37,824 is the total amount on those contracts.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Okay. So altogether, the total projected fee income for 29,200, that includes we get fees for providing field cards and sales studies to insurance companies, Republic and whatnot. Now for the 25 budget, the budget increase, it shows that it's 19% over last year. 40% of that is actually the postage. In prior years, the postage for our valuation notices came out of I don't know if it was treasurer or auditor's budget. This year, actually for 24, Amanda moved it to the assessor's budget. So that's why there was a shift there. My total increase in my budget was $6,200 and $2,500 of that was for postage. The remaining increases was for, this year in 24, we start our new cycle for our licensing and to get our continuing education hours. And so we'll need to take a lot more classes. I need 60 CEHs and 30 PACE hours in the next 4 years. So that's a lot of continuing ed. So there are some increases there because we'll need to start going to classes on a regular basis. And also the phone costs, and that's just simply reflective of what we're being billed for our phone costs. We use our phones out in the field. We communicate with taxpayers out there when we're out assessing properties. We use our phones to take pictures and they're a vital part of our work.
And all of your people have county provided phones.
Yep. And it's also for our safety too. I mean, if I'm talking to a taxpayer, I don't want them to have my personal cell phone number. And so it's nice to give them
Right.
a work number.
I agree.
Yeah, you don't.
So. And then meals and, because we need to take more classes, we need to, more meals, more lodging. And those costs have simply increased, just eating out or getting a hotel room is gone up. So that's really mainly why my budget increased is due to those things. I also added 7,000 this year for equipment costs. That is for stand-up desks. I do have I got money in my budget for this year yet to get stand-up desks. I'm gonna get a couple this year and then a couple more next year. So everybody has them. I think we're probably the last office in the courthouse. We don't have them. And it would be nice. And then also tablets. This year we got at no cost, we got a tablet from Bill that we're using out in the field when we go out assessing. And we're trying to become more efficient and more paperless and just kind of figuring out how we're going to use the tablet. So next year in my budget, I have funds for 2 tablets because I anticipate we'll have two teams out in the field next year. And then as far as any other needs, software, equipment, right now I don't see any. I'm happy with my software vendors and the programs we have. I don't see a need for anything right now. I keep my eyes open, and if there's something that comes around that will help us do what we do. But right now, there's nothing that I see out there that we need. So I don't anticipate any costs in that regard.
You're up 19% from last year, but you're down from 2 years ago. Yeah.
Okay.
Down 50,000 from 2 years ago.
Typically, I looked back over the last probably 5 to 7 years, we typically stay under our budget year after year. We don't go to that limit.
It just looks like it was the difference in salaries from
Okay,
Yep.
yeah,
more experience, I would assume that we left.
Staff wise, you're in good shape yet right now?
yeah, we're good. Lisa will be retiring in the next year and a half, I imagine. So we'll have to look at staffing at that point, but right now we're doing good.
And you mentioned how some of the townships are contracting with other assessors outside of here. So as they phase out, do you see an impact, greater workload on you then?
I do. I actually had a conversation with Tom Houselog, and once he's done with in 26, he's going to recommend his townships and cities go with the county. So I anticipate we'll be picking up his 7 jurisdictions at that point, which is fine. We have enough staff to handle that.
So the work that he does has got nothing to do with county government. His is all strict contract between he and.
Yep.
Any other questions for Chris?
No?
Pretty straight. Thank you so much, Chris.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And the postage, that's just a cost shift anyway, so.
Well, it makes sense, because if it's mailings that you're mandated to send these out.
Right.
It should come out of your budget anyway. It makes sense.
Yeah, Amanda and I looked into it. And neither one of us know why it came out of her budget, not mine. So
Rule number 7, it's always been done that way.
That's right. Always that way. Makes perfect sense.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Better way to keep a handle on it. I like that too. Good.
exactly.
What does your yearly calendar look like? So what are your deadlines you have to hit? You've got mailings that have to go out once.
Yes, I send out my evaluation notices go out usually probably early March. Meetings, we have to have them out so many days before our meetings.
Yep.
So probably the first, second week of March at the latest, our notices go out. Then we have our board meetings. We lead up to county board. Set our values the end of June, and then we start over. Right now, we're out assessing, looking at sales. September 30th, which is coming up, and then we look at all the sales from last year from October. Do our analysis and.
I realize, of course, with inflation and with values going up, we've also seen assessments go up. So have you had a lot of pushback, taxpayers wanting to know why the evaluations there? Has that been going pretty well? I'm pretty understanding, or is it?
Yeah, there's been many that saw 50-70% increases. Ag land too. Amazingly, this last 2 years were responses, fewer people. I mean, maybe they like it because they can sell their property for more. I don't know.
Or they understand that that it has appreciated in
Yeah.
value, so they're
Yeah.
willing to accept that higher evaluation.
You always have a few people that,
They're gonna be very upset.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But for the most part, we have not seen, we've seen more out of state people. They think there should be a limit to how much your value can increase. And they don't understand it necessarily, but we really haven't had much pushback the last 2 years.
Well, we understand how delicate a position that you guys are in your office, and we appreciate your tact that you are able to use with our citizens. It's not fun sometimes.
I think Iowa has that limit. That's why you've heard
Yeah.
about it.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I had a couple in from Iowa this spring at it.
That's what they're
And-
getting for buying Minnesota, you know.
Yeah, and they, that's not legal. You can't do that.
That's exactly
Yeah,
right.
no. All set by statute.
Mhm.
What's
The
the value?
legislature to change it.
And can
They
you sell
can't
a
vote.
property today for that amount?
They can't vote for our legislature.
No,
They don't live here.
that's right.
I was surprised at the
Absentee
number of
landowners.
notices you send out. You said 12,000 the other night.
Yeah, we send out, there's a lot.
12,000. That's a lot of mail.
Some counties do it in-house. They actually, the
A
staff
lot of them outsource it.
do it in-house. A lot of them outsource it.
Yeah.
I'd rather outsource it. I feel there's more possibility for error when you got a bunch of people who,
Do it yourself. You got control that way.
yeah, I like outsourcing. We're busy enough without that
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
as well, so.
And I wasn't here for the meeting when we had the one individual that had concerns about having not received his statements and so forth. So I appreciate that how you were again very tactfully able to take care of that.
That's a tax statement,
Well, that
not
was-
a,
That was a
not
tax
a valuation
That-
statement.
that
That's
was a
different.
tax statement,
Yeah.
I didn't get involved with that one.
No.
Well, I thought you were in.
No.
No.
That was.
Well, it's outside of her wheelhouse.
Yep. But there again, it's mailed to you.
It's mail. It's like,
Did they get on an ACH now?
I have no idea.
That's what my recommendation was to them.
Good. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see what else we got left.
We're done.
Is your butt tired?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll pick up the other ones one at another time. We've got public service building, the SWCD building. Obviously, the other ones will be coming in. Museum, library, and auditor treasurer, and then we'll get domain rescheduled in too, so. And we'll have Nick do his at the meeting on Tuesday for Road and Bridge.
That
So,
was manageable.
yeah, will work. I don't have a huge agenda for that yet, so. If you wish to adjourn, we
Motion to
certainly
adjourn.
may.
Yes, I do.
Dan, you wanna,
I'll second that.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Same sign.